suppose I should like actually get rid of shit.
Yeah, I should probably try to get rid of my hiccups before we start.
It's a feature.
Can birds get hiccups?
No, they don't have diaphragms.
You're a diaphragm.
Also, your hair being gelled back is weird.
It's not gelled. It's just wet.
So
So it'll be a white fro here pretty soon. My hair's getting so long compared to what I'm used to it though. It's like
yeah.
Did I move my webcam? Yes, I did.
I think you did move your webcam.
Yeah, because if it's over here, you see the mess that the house is.
Yeah, that's why mine's on this monitor and not that one. It's because if I move it here, if it wants, then yeah.
Yeah,
If I move it
okay.
like this, though, Christmas tree.
yeah.
Your Christmas tree.
I appreciate y'all manhandling me like this.
Yeah, well,
I'd have threw up if this was VR.
yeah, it's fine.
I know about the giant beam of light above my head. It's like I'm holding the sun.
It's very Chaplin-esque.
Well, if I don't have a lamp over here, then I'm cast in darkness from the lamp on your side of things. So, like,
I don't have a lamp on.
You don't have your lamp on. What the hell? Why?
I don't know. Let's see if it is. Okay, I'm just more glowy.
Now I can see
That's
Bob's
fine.
ass every time he stands up on Alyssa's camera. Boom.
It's now that kind of stream.
Twitch won't let it be that kind of stream.
Not if Twitch don't know. Sirenscape.
What Papa Bezo don't know won't hurt him.
Magic Grounds, update available.
Yeah, it was a tiny one this time.
It's usually pretty quick, so I don't worry about it these days.
I'm gonna go get another cup of water. I'll be right back. You still doing these all manually?
Yeah. Figure it out better. I like the way they look when they come out like this.
You should try the pattern thing.
I don't remember how to do it.
You have to turn them into a pattern first.
See, that sounds like so much fun. I don't know.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine.
I know. How about that?
That's fine.
Is it fine?
That's fine. Could you hear me saying that? Is this not muting me?
You are
Trying to mute yourself?
Interesting.
You're
Yeah.
perfectly muted, and I can't hear anything you're saying right now.
There, perfect. That's what I
What?
wanted to hear. Yeah, that's weird. So my voice mod isn't muting when I select it? There's a new update, so... Nope, it's just not muting now. That's cool. What if I do this, then it's muted, right? You can't hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you.
You can still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fuck is this thing doing?
Uh,
So
Well, better we find out before stream than during.
I mean, we're live, so.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true.
Input device.
I just assume if Cliff is in the voice channel that it's live.
I should assume that by now, and yet I'm dumb.
That's so weird. So out of curiosity, does this still change my voice?
No,
So there's no
your voice is
changing
still the
at all?
same. No.
What is this thing doing?
Not working.
Yeah, no, not at all. What about the cuss word?
Ah, yeah, that
Okay.
works.
Cuss word button works, but nothing else.
Yeah, that. Ooh.
All right, let's go try this real quick.
Let's pop out chats and toss it over there.
Okay. What about now? There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's working now.
Okay, so I assume the mute worked too then?
Yes.
Good.
You fixing things.
I know, right? Before we actually start. I like it. You get rid of... Oh no, you didn't have the seed by itself, did you?
I cast magic missile at the darkness. Sin is green,
Since had green in his hair.
but it's more green today. That's all I got. I don't know.
Comes with age.
I think you're wrong, but okay. I should probably get a drink.
Nice
Before we're
stiff one.
locked. We don't have alcohol in this house. We're poor.
Poor people get drunk all the time. It's actually like the #1 demographic for people who do. You just gotta lower your standards and drink natty daddies and...
No. No.
If it comes in a glass bottle, it's too expensive.
Oh, natty daddies come in a deuce can. Get some natural ice. Like $1 for a 40 ounce. You can make it work if you want to.
The first thing I got drunk on was like a $20 gallon bottle of vodka, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah, it real cheap stuff.
Oof.
First thing I got drunk on was a 6-pack of wine coolers while watching Fooly Cooly. I don't remember shit.
Yeah, switch it over to live. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome to episode 66 of Quests and Cliffhangers. Hope everyone's having a good day. So, got some announcements to make. After talking with everybody, Bob and Lissa have decided that we are going to end the tenure of Chaplain and Screech soon. And with that being said, from talking with everybody else, I think what we're going to do is close the chapter on Aragus as a whole for now. So we'll be wrapping up this game in the upcoming weeks. I don't have a set end date here, but we are going to work towards a proper finale. And after that, I will be starting up a new game, which will be a modern fantasy that will take place using the Savage World system. And it will be in a alternate timeline Earth, near present day, where magic is real. And through the course of some events, essentially magic has bled into our world, and just think of the possibilities of a modern setting with all the current gadgets, the internet, cell phones, guns, but also incorporating fantasy elements of magic and even potentially things like dragons, and how would a modern established society react to a dragon. So I've been working on that while simultaneously working on how to wrap this all up properly. So stay tuned with that. If anybody is interested in joining the game, I did set up a little casting call form you could fill out. It will take the same time slot we're in now, so Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern until midnight. But if anybody's interested, there's kind of like a show of force there. Yeah, that's all I really have for announcements. Who's doing a recap today?
Sin, I did last week, didn't I?
John.
Wait, John did recap?
No, we're saying John's going to do it.
Ah, okay. I blew my mind. Well, since he's not here. Where did we start off at? Oh, right. So last session we started off with Vardrock coming in and asking where Absol was. So Chaplain did his best to explain that, he's continuing his own mission off without us. He felt it best to be alone, and he tried to, pass it over as calmly and nicely as possible. And surprisingly, Vardrock didn't stab him, which is a nice benefit. But he did say that everyone needed to find nicer clothes to wear and meet him outside by the city center within an hour or so. Or he didn't give a time frame, just soon. Arkin had already departed to go speak with his teacher to try and get new books and new things to learn and so on. So he wasn't around, so we couldn't really relay a message to him. So the three of us, Bassett, Screech, and Chaplain, walk out to the markets to try and find better clothes. Bassett, you had to dry your clothes for some reason? Oh, right, because you landed in a pond. So he was walking around just like in his shorts. We look around, we don't really find anything because all the shops are closed. So we go back to go to the house, and then a guard shows up and is like, nope, you're going this way now. Can't go back to the house. Chaplain throws a cloak at Basset. He's not happy about it. And we come to find there's a grand celebration, some kind of national holiday that nobody knows what is. Nobody. No
World
one can
holiday.
put it. Yeah, world holiday. Arkin gets kind of the same thing. He's wandering around and gets told, hey, wear something nicer, and also, you're coming now. So Arkin uses Disguise Self, the spell, to suddenly be wearing nicer clothes. Good on him. And we all kind of meet up in the town center where Vardrock announces to everyone, hey, it's World Holiday. Does anyone know what it is? And, no one says anything because everyone's afraid to get it wrong until he kind of like goes, it's Fox's birthday. You're right. And does that whole spiel. Apparently, it's a world holiday to celebrate Vakta's birthday. And in celebration of, yeah, it's everything that it's exactly her kind of thing.
It makes her so happy.
And as a part of the celebration, Reyna was actually going to visit, who proceeded to appear as her avatar, which was a dragon with butterfly wings. Shortly after which, Vakta appeared, and suddenly Vardrock started backpedaling. And it's like, and suddenly they kind of walked off towards the castle, complaining back and forth to each other about, oh, this is what you wanted, right? And she was like, no, we're going this way now. And just disappeared, not saying a thing to anyone. So we're all just kind of standing there, an entire city full of people just kind of left uncertain, until we slowly disperse and wander around to the festivities, because there's free booze and free cookies. The entire church is filled with cookies. And if you take a cookie, you get a merit badge. Where are my notes? Because this is important. Cookies Are Us was the name of the merit badge. Also, going to the bar, drinks were free, and that was worth a merit badge as well, called Drinks on Me. And frankly, someone else will know this better than I do, but there was some dwarf there that was like generating magical drinks out of thin air, and everyone knows who he was, and I didn't remember.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, who was he?
He was the dwarf from the Mages Guild, and all he specialized in was the conjuring of food and drink. He could literally create any food or any drink that you could think of, no matter how obscure, on command. But that was like his only magical prowess. But he was damn good at it.
It was
Worth it.
amazing. I loved it.
But he did give Screech some cheesecake, so I mean,
Yeah, he asked for a drink and she said cheesecake. She's so smart.
she got some cheesecake. After that, Arkin wanted to give a present to Vakta. So we kind of sat down like, what do you give as a present to Vakta? And Chaplain offered up the potion he recently created, the Potion of Stop Time, because that's a thing we haven't heard about and seems fairly valuable and so on. So we march up to the castle with the potion in hand, go up to the guards, who are all like, nah, you ain't getting in, except for guard 1, who has had enough conversations with Arkin to just, you know what, go in. If you die, you die, and I don't know how you got in, and it's fine. And so we waltz in, and Arkin offers this present to, or goes to offer this present to Vakta, but we get interrupted by Vardrock, who takes the potion and walks off with it. But something seems wrong about Vardrock to Arkin. He doesn't know what, but he's fairly certain that it's not Vardrock. Exactly how or what, he's not sure. But he relays this in a message to Chaplain. And so Chaplain sends a message sends a sending spell message to Vardrock saying, "Hey, we believe there's someone impersonating you. Can you please let me know if this is you?" And Vardrock in front of us is like, "Yeah, it's me." Waves it off, and we keep going. Okay, it is Vardrock. We're just crazy. He presents the gifts, the same kind of lumbering we're used to out of Vardrock, where he's like, "It's a potion that controls clocks or something." Chaplain explains it, and they go to head on the way as Vakta and Vardrock start, fighting more. So I'm like, no, okay, let's leave now. And eventually Vardrock meets back up with them. At which point Vardrock yells at Chaplain for almost blowing his cover and punches him in the gut. Because Vardrock is in fact Chodo, who is in deep cover pretending to be Vardrock for the last month, while Vardrock is off with the Jackal and some other people doing something that they won't tell us about. And obviously we kind of don't. We later on have a discussion of like, do we want to tell Vakta? Probably not, because anything we do to upset them gets us killed, and anything from Chaplain's point of view, anything that the Jackal is going to do is probably something that he wants to make happen, so let's just stay out of the way. How did things end? Absol? God damn it. You have a name. Sid.
Yeah, and Axel's gone.
But I've called this man Absol for like a year and a half.
Ended teleporting back to Anaratima. We started going up the steps. Couldn't make it
Right.
the entire trip, so you stone shaped some place for us to rest. Like
Yep.
2 days in, then once we got to the top, you used your magic to answer some riddle in a language that we didn't speak. Got in, immediately got tossed out for not knowing the second riddle. Rinsed and repeated, and used magic again to figure out the answer to the second riddle. And as we go in some more, we see a bunch of people sitting in a circle with robes on.
Yep. And I think they were like either attacking us or like yelling at us or charging at us or something.
I think they were just sitting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they were just sitting there.
Okay, well, that's certainly where we ended, at least.
That Bob hostility again. They're sitting there, they're threatening.
I like playing barbarians. What do you want?
Do you see the way he's looking at me? Yeah. But that's where we left off, and that's where we're gonna pick up on episode 66 of Classic Cliffhangers, and I still don't have an intro, so we'll just do this thing again. We'll do the whole It's kind of fancy. So you see all of these dwarves sitting together in a circle, and they have this radiant blue-green light that is shooting off of them. And the one that greeted you at the door, as soon as you answered the riddle, you've seen him just dissipate. And then that's when you've seen the rest of them behind him standing there in this semicircle. And as you're all standing there, you hear the door slam shut behind you. And none of the dwarves move or make any sort of dialogue towards you or anything. There's just this sort of like quiet, eerie, magical hum.
But the dwarves are still just sitting there in front of us.
Yep. They're in a semicircle. And they're like chained together.
I believe I still have tongues cast in me. Where's the combat tracker?
You definitely do. That lasts an hour, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know that Bassett here can also talk to them. So Chaplain just opens with, "Greetings. We would like to discuss some things with you.
You get no response.
Do I see any kind of breathing or movement indicating that these aren't just like statues or something?
No, give me a perception roll. You can definitely tell that they are breathing. It's very, very deep, slow breaths that they're taking. Give me a medicine roll. It almost looks like they're in like a deep sleep or a coma.
Chaplain leans over to the party. It seems that they are in some form of hibernation, as best as I can tell. Basset, this is something you may be more familiar with. Would it be best to wake them or simply try to pass for someone who is currently conscious?
Do they look like imprisoned, or they're of their own free will?
I mean, it's a wide open, like grand hall you guys are standing in right now. So I mean, if they're in prison, this is the most lavish prison ever.
You said they were like chained together, right?
Yes, just to themselves, not to anything else.
Hmm. Baset's gonna like walk up to one of them and see if he can tell if they're like meditating or if they're actually unconscious.
Okay. How close are you getting? Are you getting perception close or investigation close?
Investigation.
Okay. Can I have a charisma save, please? So as you walk up and start looking, the closer you get, the louder you start hearing this like magical hum. And as you get about 10 feet from them, you are propelled backwards and knocked on your ass.
Does it look like we can move past them, or does it look like they will be stopping us from walking forward?
You get the sense that you probably can't get within about 10 feet of them. But you could try to navigate around if you wanted to.
I don't know if talking to them is going to be an option, Chaplain.
It does seem like we could simply pass them. However, they are located and situated in such a place as to act as greeters. I am not certain that we should immediately dismiss them. Perhaps some modicum of patience would be applicable. Perhaps we should have a seat with them while we discuss our options. And Chaplin's going to walk forward to them, but about 20 feet away, and just sit cross-legged facing them, just kind of studying them for a bit. And he'll talk to the party if they decide to come and join him.
Screech will come plop down next to him.
Do these people look like they've like gotten dust accumulated on them over a
Lol.
long time? Or does it look like they're moving frequently?
Their robes look very pristine. But again, they do have like a strong magical glow emitting from them. What's Arkin doing?
He's just quietly observing. He will stand sort of near the group, but he's not really doing anything, just kind of keeping an eye on the doors.
Bassett, were you doing anything?
He's gonna try to get close to them again, and when he hits that area where he gets tossed back, he's gonna try to reach forward more with his staff and like nudge one on the shoulder.
Let's poke it with a stick.
Okay.
I mean, could work.
Go ahead and give me
If he can't get
another.
his staff nearby them, then he's just gonna wait.
Sure.
Another charisma.
Give me another charisma save, please. Okay.
Cool.
Go ahead and make a melee attack.
Jeez. Don't tap the dude. Smack him.
You don't have to do any damage. So what are you trying to do? Just like tap his shoulder, like push his shoulder backwards? Like what's the game plan?
Yeah, nudge him, get his attention before I get tossed away.
As you nudge him, simultaneously, all of their eyes open at once, and the blue-green glow that is emitting off of them quickly switches over from orange to red.
Bassett, please put the staff down. We would like to talk.
I'm not dropping my staff. He like puts it back behind his shoulders. Hello? Are you the greeters of Peak Ascendants? We've come to talk.
As as you say that, when you put your weapon away, they close their eyes. The light turns back to a blue green, and you start hearing this whispered voice, coming from behind you. And you just hear it say, "We were not expecting visitors today. Why are you here?"
If I turn around, do I see anyone?
You do not. But you all hear this.
We would like an audience in order to discuss the option of uniting two nations.
We have no desire for political stride.
It is not a political connection, but rather a physical one. We were hoping to establish a portal connection between this continent and Amethil, which could be beneficial for both continents greatly.
That would be the opposite of beneficial for us.
It could be very beneficial to those around you. Is there a way that their compensation or aid could benefit you in trade?
And what compensation do you offer?
I
What is it
am
that you people need?
How about a task?
Such as?
The Minotaur Shaman routinely bring us something that we need here. And as of late, they have stopped delivery. We have limited means of leaving here to retrieve this ourselves. But if a group as powerful as yours was willing to take this on, then we would be willing to negotiate for your terms.
I find this to be acceptable. Is there any clarification and further information you can give us to help identify and locate the specific Minotaur shamans you're referring to?
The lead shaman of the tribe, he possesses a cube of raw power. They have been crafting these from stonecraft for centuries. We use them as a sort of arcane battery. The trance that the people in front of you are in has lasted far longer than it was intended to. And as such, we had no backup plan on how to maintain this level of magic. So we had to resort to outside means. And without it, the spell will fail, which will result in the potential destruction of everything.
Given their current torpor, is there any medical aid or assistance we can provide before we leave?
They are, at this point, merely conduits for the spell. Their life ended when they agreed to take this on. Their life as it is right now is only for the sole purpose of maintaining this spell.
Would you be willing to enlighten us as to what spell you are referring to?
This is a imprisonment spell. The firstborn Titan is kept in stasis in an endless illusion where he is fighting the gods. It was thought that once he died inside of this illusion, that he would die in life as well. But he has thusly defeated every god that has crossed his path. And in the event that he slays all the gods, this spell ends and he returns to Argus.
Supplying further power to this spell, would that provide additional gods in which for him to fight within this illusion?
No,
Or is there...
it merely buys us time. The illusion is said and done. It has been created. It has its start. It has its finish.
But
the
without...
only hope is that he will fall in battle before he reaches the final one.
But obviously without further power, this spell will end early. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Understood. Chaplain turns to the party and just kind of looks for their reactions and responses.
Thanks.
I mean, if it helped, I'm willing to offer.
Arkin?
If they're agreeing to cut this deal, then I'm fine with it.
Chaplain turns back to face the dwarves for some reason. It doesn't matter. Thank you. We accept your offer. Is there perhaps an alternate path leading towards the marshlands so that we do not have to walk around the mountain?
Give me a persuasion roll.
This land well. Do 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 do. I'm unskilled. Do 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 do. 16.
Yeah. Just go back the way you came, and you will find the route much shorter than you expect.
Thank you for your kindness. Is there anything else we can offer before we leave, as we are, as you have stated, the only outside influence you have had for much time?
No.
Be well. Chaplain turns. Shall we?
Screech will stand up and be like, so we're not gonna fight the person they've got trapped? We're gonna go find a thing?
Correct.
Okay.
The person that they have trapped is, think of it as more than one Vardrock in difficulty. Not someone that we can best.
So don't tell Vardrock that.
Correct.
Okay.
And Chaplain will walk towards a closed door.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll stop about 10 feet from it if it doesn't open.
It doesn't.
Okay. Bassett, what was the password?
It has like door handles and shit.
Oh, right.
A door that behaves like a door.
Is it like a really huge, ridiculous door?
It is. It has like a large, like circular knob. That looks like it's made out of like some sort of old iron. But if you reached out to grab it, it would fill up your palm in like a full C shape. But
So
you can just pull it.
When Chaplain tries to just open the door for people, how much does he struggle?
I don't think he does.
Okay. It's a giant door, and I
For
have
normal
a strength of
doors,
8.
he doesn't struggle.
All right, Chaplain holds open the door.
As you open the door, you get this sort of this strong odor of like stagnant water or like the decomposing grass life and water, and this bright light shines through. When your eyes adjust to it, you see out of the door is this marshland. And off in the distance, about 100 feet or so, you see these huts that are set up. And then in the middle of these huts, there is a large stone pyramid.
Chaplain just turns back to the room behind him. Thank you. And Mohawk's out. Well, after everyone else.
Yeah, so if you guys all walk out, as you turn to look behind you, you see that there is this cut in reality where you can still see inside of Peak Ascendance. But there's no door frame, there's no building, there's no nothing. It's just the other side of reality.
Interesting. But there's still a door to close?
There's still a door to close.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to leave the door open. after everyone's through, Chapman will close the door behind him and just see what happens to the door out of curiosity.
You close the door, and the door kind of flashes in that same bright white light, and then when the light dissipates, there's no door.
I suppose that would be sufficient evidence to know that they are at least capable of helping establish the connection we are hoping to establish. I also
but
imagine
would have
that
been a fast way to get back to them once we grab that cube.
fortunately, if nothing else, I am certain that we can make the return trip in 2 days. As if we accidentally appear inside Peak Ascendance on the return trip, I believe we will be accepted. All the same, I believe we have arrived. So, a village of huts with a stone
Pyramid, in the
pyramid
middle. Yep.
in the middle. How big a pyramid are we talking?
About 30 or so feet tall. It's not huge, but it's definitely like the centerpiece of this village. And just from like the distance that you guys are off on it, you can see that the hut are built around it.
Is there any signs of life?
From where you're standing at, it's really hard to tell. You guys are on a small trampled path, in the middle of this like marshland. But there's wildlife. You can hear the birds, and you can hear insects fluttering about. And again, that strong smell of like decomposing grass in the water is very pungent here.
Good old swampland. I suppose we'll just start walking towards it unless anyone has anything creative. Let me check buff spells. Actions. Blah, blah, blah. No buff spells on anyone. Neat. I see Screech is listed with Exhaustion 1. Is that a thing?
Yes.
Or
no, we slept.
The only one that should have exhaustion 1, I think, is Beset at this point.
Yeah.
I got mine cleared when I got to the top.
Did
Yeah.
you? Okay.
I spent a 5th level spell on it.
Okay. Then I will get rid of that.
Thank you.
Chapman will take a quick minute to offer the aid spell to the other 3, assuming that Beset would allow it. Would Beset allow Chapman to cast a defensive spell on him?
There's no reason to think you're doing anything else.
You've declared benefits before because of weird monk thingies. Where'd it go? There it is. Cliff, can you do 15 hit points on the 3 of them?
Yep. It's so funny looking at Screech's effect list that she has like a million lines of text, and then you look at Arkin, he has none.
Yeah, we've swapped from our past characters. Like, I get a paragraph this time. And it's, like, my violin does this.
Beset, are you in any way familiar with this terrain or this village?
Yeah, Beset's been looking around since he came through the door. Does he recognize the land anywhere?
Give me an insight. You've been towards the outskirts of the marshlands. You've never been this far in, and you know of this village, which is of the Mosshoof Minotaur tribes, but you've never actually interacted with them before. Like the general local stories of it are like they don't really get along with people. People don't really fuck with them too much because, you know, they don't come back.
Yeah, I kind of know where we're at. Let me see your guys' map. I go point into a general direction.
Yep, so he my standee's at. He points that you guys are like not that big. He points that you are like here.
Yeah. Interesting. What do you know of the residents of this village? And if there are any customs or formalities that should be followed for visiting?
Customs, don't talk to them and they won't mess with you.
Unfortunately, I
No.
believe we specifically have to talk to them.
Yeah, they don't like people.
Yeah, so locally you would know that they're very tribalistic. They have a hierarchy, and the shaman is typically hailed as like the leader of the pack. And their numbers, depending on the lore, range from the hundreds to the thousands. No one really knows. Not many people are going in and getting like a census.
Could be 100 to a few thousand living in the village. Not sure. People don't really relay information well.
Then let us do our best to make this a peaceful encounter.
We'll talk to shaman. He's there of our drug.
Oh god.
Do the dwarves we've spoken to have a specific name other than the dwarves of peak ascendants?
The high dwarves.
Chapman will just start walking calmly down the road towards the town, looking for signs of life.
Okay. So Chaplain's first one in.
Sure. I'll take the traps.
Yeah, Screech is gonna be next to him. I mean,
Okay. Screech, go ahead and give me a general charisma roll.
okay. Oh, it's not gonna be great. Oh, it's not great. You know, I've got. Let's start the night off right. I'm gonna use an IP to reroll that.
Okay.
It's better.
It's better.
Chaplain, go ahead, click on library, tables, do what is it, reaction, I think?
Initial reaction.
Do that with a -3.
So it's a 0.
Okay.
Which means, we're going to get stabbed.
I mean, do you want to use an IP and re-roll that?
Absolutely. Let's slap that -3 on there.
It's always we're gonna get stabbed.
Let's use an IP and re-roll that. And I'll take a 3, I guess.
3's better than 0.
Because I'm not trying again.
Well, the good news is that Bakuda, I think it was Bakuda that played it. Let me double check here. Someone bought you an IP. I don't have the right screen open yet. Yeah, Bakuda bought you an IP, so you had 4, so you're down to 2 now.
I'll take it, thank you.
as you all start approaching, you get maybe within 100 feet of this village limit, and you start seeing these large, imposing figures coming from the middle of the village. They have spears, swords, staffs, and they are running at you all in a very aggressive manner. And best that you could tell, there's about a dozen of them or so running towards you right now.
Bassette's gonna walk in front of everyone,
Oh, okay.
and he's
Gonna
gonna
put up his hood, and he's gone.
he's gonna like tell them, like wave them to stop the group, not the people running.
Okay.
But he's gonna stand there, plant his staff, so it's like just standing next to him and hold his hands up and walk towards them.
So they continue to run towards, and as they get a little bit closer, they begin to fan out and almost make like a perimeter wall. And one steps forward, says, "You have 10 seconds to explain why you are here." To the
And
rest of you, you do not understand what he's saying. Chaplain, you would because you still have tongues on.
I want to know if I can do something real quick. What's this shit called? Okay. I'm going to make a charisma check, but I want to know if I can use my emissary of peace, if this would count as a violent situation.
This is very much. This could be a violent
Okay.
situation. Yes.
So yeah, I'm gonna use that, but I also want to use my background feature. My Heart of Darkness.
There's
Okay.
the edgelord. We found it.
And explain to everybody what this entails.
If he chooses, when he is talking to people and he's staring them directly in the eyes, people can see that in Bassette's past, he has faced unimaginable horror, and though they might fear or feel sorry for him, commoners and people will extend every courtesy to their utmost to help you.
Um,
And he's gonna walk forward with his hands up still. Um, I come as, what is it?
Emissary.
I come trying to help. Can't think of the words right now. You said emissary?
that'd be a good word.
Yeah. An emissary of Peak Ascendants. The High Dwarves there sent us to retrieve something that your shaman used to deliver, but hasn't recently.
Go ahead and make your charisma roll at disadvantage. Thank you to Bakuda.
Fucking hell. Literally all this character is built to do, and I get disadvantage on this shit.
Yeah.
Welcome to the jungle. Fourteen's not bad. As you start walking forward, the one that was speaking to you, he starts walking forward as well. He still looks aggressive, but he isn't making any motions to attack. Since when do the old men send people on their behalf?
Since they've been getting desperate, they are running low on their magic supply, as they said.
if I may, they also elaborated that it is difficult for them to leave, and we are the first that have visited them in a long amount of time. It is possible that they simply could not leave.
What all did they tell you of our agreement?
The
Simp-
shaman of your tribe would prepare a cube, and it was delivered to Peak Ascendants. That's all they told us.
Stand down. Well, I think that you will all need to see this then. And he just turns around and starts walking back.
Set's gonna take a few steps back, grab his staff, and start following him.
I'm going to follow Bassett. He's doing this right.
Yeah. Guess this is what we're doing now. And I don't like to speak to any thoughts of our own, so.
You're allowed to have a thought or two.
At least
Secretly
one following.
At least one per session.
He kind of navigates you through the village a bit to this large stone pyramid, and as you all get closer, you start hearing kind of grunts and chatter coming from inside of it, from what sounds like a large group of people. As you walk inside, you can see in the middle of this area they have this this sort of raised platform laid out, and you see that there is this gray-maned minotaur that is laying on his back, with a white cloth over his eyes. You can see that he is very badly wounded, and he's breathing quite erratically. And the minotaur that had been speaking to you previously said, "This is why, when he was on his pilgrimage to Peak Ascendants, he was attacked by a group of bandits. And one of them cut him with this blade. Our healers have not been able to mend the wound. The ailment that plagues him is not natural."
I understand that we have only just met. However, I am a trained medical professional. Would you like me to look at his wounds?
He nods at one of them, and they step to the side and clear a path for you.
Chaplain will go investigate, being very careful to keep his hands behind his back as he does.
Okay.
Gonna make a medicine roll to see if I can figure out what's wrong with him before I just waste healing spells into him.
He looks like he's dying. Based on his breathing,
Neat.
it's very erratic, very labored. You can see he has open wounds that are bleeding, and even though there are 4 people that are standing at each corner of this platform he's on, that are actively casting spells and doing magic, you're not seeing any sort of increase in his prognosis.
And the healing spells that I'm seeing, I'm assuming I'm fairly familiar with that kind of magic. Does it look like they got some high-level stuff going in there?
Give me an Arcana check. You're not really too familiar with druidic magic.
That's fair.
The best that you could tell, these would be the equivalent of fairly high level healing spells. But they don't seem to be healing.
I'm gonna throw in my weekly wild herring and say a quick prayer. No dice. And Chaplain will back off. Or so the wound itself.
Mhm.
Is it just a dagger shaped wound? We're
Yeah, like
talking.
a blade shaped wound. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a cut that goes clear from his left shoulder down under his right pec. It's a cleave all the way across his chest.
Okay. Chaplain will return to the party and to the Minotaur they were speaking to. Do you know any additional information regarding the blade or the party that assaulted your this individual?
All we know is the local bandits have regrouped. They appear to be working under someone new, someone powerful. The Calape, our shaman, before he lost consciousness, he said something about the Dusk Blade. He seemed fairly certain that this was some sort of magical curse. And they took the cube.
Actions, Horse Legend lore. It's like I have stuff for this. 10 minutes, level 5. Returning to the other three, I presume you will all find it acceptable to track down these bandits and recover the lost goods and any means possible to heal the ailing individual.
Yeah? We go, we hit things, we get things, we come back and help people. Kind of what we've been doing.
Just did not want to make assumptions for everyone present. Beset.
Oh, what did you had asked?
If you're good to go track down these bandits, stab them, get the stuff back, and help these people.
Yeah, I don't think we really have any other option right now if we want to get that cube.
Understood. Excuse me, sir. I did not get your name. I am Chaplain.
Halter.
Halter. Is there any information you can give us as to where we may track down the individuals that assaulted, or perhaps specifically where he was when he was injured?
When he was injured, he was south of the marshlands, making his way to the Steps of Ascendance. But we have seen these bandits in the mountains to the east of our current location. We have sent 2 detachments to hunt them down, but they have not come back.
Then we will head east shortly and attempt to track this information down ourselves. Would it be acceptable for us to spend a short rest of time here before we depart?
So long as you show us respect, we will show you respect.
Thank you. To the party, I would like to spend some modicum of time researching what I can regarding the Duskblade, its owner, and the group we are going after. I presume that the bandits in question are the bandits we have previously encountered. And if no one has any other further issues, Chaplain is going to get out of the room with the injured individual just to give them space and time, and set up outside to do some spell casting and questioning and stuff. The first thing I'm going for is Legend Lore, which is a 5th level 10-minute cast on Duskblade. Do you need a description of that spell again?
No.
Okay. Let me burn that spell slot. Bam. Ooh, I am more tapped than I thought. Fortunately, we probably have a day or so of travel.
You start seeing these images flash by of this large battle, an old battle, and you're seeing that there are two clear sides that are fighting against one another, and one side is losing greatly. You notice that this warrior arrives on the back of a griffin, and he sort of jumps down to the ground and he begins cutting up the winning faction. He has this large scimitar that almost seems to glow red hot. And as he's slicing into these people, you're seeing the wound melt right through their armor and cut them directly. And you're seeing them hitting the ground and they begin to twitch. And single-handedly, you watch this warrior mow down hundreds of people in a short period of time. As this war plays out, you see an arrow fly through the air and hit this warrior in the chest, and he drops for a second as the forces begin to swarm, and he picks himself back up and continues this onslaught as he snaps the arrow off in his chest. Everything goes black. You see this funeral proceedings of them carrying this warrior's body with his arms crossed as they are marching him towards a pyre. And underneath his crossed arms, you see this blade. They throw it on the pyre. It begins to ignite, and smoke obscures your vision as you come out of your lore. You're on mute, Bob.
Beset or Arkin, do you know the name of the bandit group we are attempting to track?
I
You
didn't
hear,
know he knew who we were tracking down.
you hear in your head, I would have no clue.
Are you still invisible?
Yep.
Of course he is. In my own head, I presume that this is the group that we encountered prior. What can you tell me of the people, names, locations, anything that we could use to help track them? And did any of them bear a scimitar?
You're asking me if they had a scimitar, or
Yes. You tend to remember things better.
Cliff? Did they?
The one that you dealt with one-on-one did have a scimitar.
Well, the one that I encountered had one, but that was the only one.
Did the one you encountered have a name?
Shit, I don't remember that either.
He didn't ask him for his name.
Yeah. Okay. If he had one, he didn't give it. He's more intent on trying to be mysterious and try to intimidate and scare me or whatever. If he did give a name, it probably wouldn't have been the real one, of course. I wouldn't have given mine.
Thank you. What else can I do to define some stuff? I'll probably burn... Oh, no, that's yes or no questions. I think I need the name of the person and where they are. I'm looking through spells and all that, but... What god would be willing to help me track down a magic murder sword? Probably the god of murder, honestly. Who is the god of murder? Baal. So channel divinity, speak with a god. Baal, god of murder. Greetings, Baal. I am attempting to track down Duskblade, which will either result in us killing him for the sword or us being killed by the sword. Either way, us tracking down this target would be beneficial to you. Could you please provide us his name or his location, whatever you have available?
You kind of hear this. Who are you to beckon upon me? When's the last time you provided for me?
Many people have died at my hand, and the more I act upon decisions like what I am going for, the more that shall die.
I could count the amount of people that have died by your hand on one hand.
How many fingers does he have?
How many have Chaplin directly killed? Vampires don't count as people.
Oh, well, fuck.
Well, that's fair. But over the campaign, I'd say 15 or 20 humanoids, if we're ignoring goblins and other smaller things, mostly because of my AoE spells that hit a bunch of smaller targets. Single direct targets, I don't kill often, but when there are groups, I'm usually one of the ones that's killing larger quantities.
I think the more thing would be, how many people have you murdered?
Yeah, murder and self-defense are two different things.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. A couple. I think. Yeah, no, this is probably
Yeah.
not turning out the way that I thought it would.
So if,
Good luck.
There was
I
that
mean,
one
you have-
guy at Bible camp.
That one guy
You
said
have
he could
people
pray
in
harder
your-
than me.
you have people in your group that I've murdered quite a bit.
Okay, I do know at least one that I've straight up murdered. The fucking Noel that was running away. It's like, no, fuck you. But he is correct. The number of people that I've murdered in the campaign is countable on one hand. I understand that I am not directly proficient in murdering on my own, but look at those beside me, particularly Arkin. I am the assistant to that which you would seek.
Provide me a sacrifice and then we'll talk.
Understood. Thank you.
Are you muted again?
God damn it! I keep reflexively doing it because I've had like meetings and stuff today with work. Reflexively muting myself. So that didn't go well. Next god. What else can I try and track down? Like, I know if we head east, we'll find some of them probably, and we'll be able to, you know, torture them and shit and get some information. Divination looks like a good answer. Okay. The last thing I'll do is take 1 hour. I don't have any 4th level spell slots. Never mind. I don't want to waste a 5th level on that. Do I have any 3rd level divination spells? Oh. I might have to just, you know, walk and find out. Okay, yeah, we're going to walk and find out. To the party. The only information I have been able to directly glean is that the weapon, Duskblade, seems to disregard armor and defenses of any form. If we are to fall in combat against such blade, it will likely be a very quick battle. The sword was originally buried by a funeral pyre with its prior owner, but clearly that has not stopped its use. I am uncertain if it has lost potency from said funeral pyre, but all the same, perhaps when we find the location, it may be best to use a stealthy approach. I believe for now we should simply head east and attempt to further glean the location as we travel.
You got all that information from talking to some gods?
It is what I do.
They just told you a little story about it, not where it's at right now, or...
Well, in one manner, regarding the blade, I was divining information on it. As far as direct communication with gods, I had a mild disagreement with one, and I'm not certain if I will be able to provide what they require in order to answer me. I will attempt if I can, but directly communicating with a god is not always the easiest or most reliable of answers, and can sometimes cause small problems.
Yeah, you're telling me.
And as a RP note, this is Chaplain tactically not telling Beset that he will straight up find a person to murder if it suits his needs. So if he's ball, because what's a peasant? Or what's one of these fucking assassins or something? Oh, you get to live? No, you don't. Fuck you. I can pull an Arkin.
Now you're learning.
but only because Ball told me to do it. Yeah, so let's go east. And I will keep thinking on what I can do to get further information as we go.
All right. Anybody else doing anything else?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
All right. So if you all head east, you are met by more marshland. After a few miles of walking, the ground begins to raise. The water starts to dissipate a bit more, and it gets a little bit hilly and drier. And you notice that off in the distance, there's this large shelf of cliffs that almost seem to jut straight out of the ground, and there are these 3 flowing waterfalls. And you can see that there's a ton of trees and then mountain in the backside that just kind of line the horizon that you're looking at.
So I've got to travel. Where's the god of secrets? There's always a god for something. Just got to find the right one.
No meta.
Who, what?
Say no meta? Wouldn't really be
Yeah.
meta. I feel like Chaplin would know all of the active gods.
Yeah, the list is because Bob cannot remember what Chaplin would know. I'm not as familiar with this god list as I should be, because all of my, before this campaign, everything was the Frunic campaign setting, and thus I'm used to a different set of gods. But I do not see a god of travel or secrets. Trying to think of a god that would like help me find a secret passage up a mountain, and that would be happy with me because I constantly uncover secrets and travel all over the world. Because, asking the god about murder when I don't murder probably, that goes well. But I'm not seeing that, so I will keep to myself whole, I think. I was going to do history on something earlier. I lost it. Cliff, do you have music up, and is my soundscape just not working?
I have it's kind of just like an eerie
Ambient.
backdrop.
Oh, there it is. Yep, got it.
So Chaplin, as you begin walking, you notice that Screech sort of stops just dead in her tracks. And you see her just close her eyes tight, like she's squinting almost. Screech, you get this rush of images that just blur through your mind. And you see that there's a river that flows into this cavern with some mountains, and you're almost like following behind someone as they're walking. Like you get a sense that there's a line of people walking and you're in it. And you walk along the shoreline into the mouth of this cave. And as it winds about a bit, it opens up to this small village inside this cavern. And you see these people that are in there that are forging blades, sharpening blades. They all have matching attire on. These nice upper scale robes with blue drab to it. And as you turn around, you look towards the center where you hear someone talking, and you see this man in this fine noble robe, blue with adorned jewels, a hood pulled back, freshly shaven bald head, and he has this large scimitar on his hip that is glowing orange, like a setting sun. And as soon as you see that, your vision pulls back from this person, and you begin flying out of the cave. You fly through this woods. You fly down this riverbank, down a waterfall, and then over a few hills and smack yourself in the face as you come back into your body. And the force of it almost knocks you backwards on your ass.
That's a lot to take in. I don't think I can read my own handwriting with trying.
Screech, are you well?
Saw a bald man in a cave. I think I could get us there.
Screech, perhaps we should have a rest. What bald man and cave are you referring to?
Well, there's a river, and then there's a waterfall, and then the river keeps going, and then there's the mountains, and a cavern, and a bunch of people there, and a bald man who has a really fancy robe. Like, maybe nicer than yours?
Chaplain looks the tiniest bit offended.
It has a lot of shiny jewels in it. Cliff, you said I heard him talking?
You couldn't make up any of the dialogue, but you heard him talking is what caught your attention to look at him.
Chaplain just figured
So
out
I
who's
couldn't, like,
murdering.
mimic the sound.
Give me a insight roll.
No.
You want to try to luck that or IP that, or are you going with that?
No, I'm not wise.
Okay. You can't make out what he said. I mean, you heard it was a deeper voice. It was just someone talking, though, so.
Okay. He's gonna just look at Chaplin and be like, there's the guy and a bunch of other guys in a cave, and they're that way.
Have you had visions like this before?
No.
Then, in this case, I will trust your discretion. As, if nothing else, we have no further clarification to go on. Please lead the way.
Okay, we gotta go over some hills. A lot of hills. Up and down. And she's just gonna keep walking in the direction she thinks she's supposed to be going.
Okay.
What? It's like a vision missed Chaplain, just like hit the next person over.
The gods are like, Chaplain, here. Fuck, I hit the wrong one.
That's kind of where Chaplin's at, is like, maybe they were trying to reach out to me and just like,
Threw it with their left hand.
You just fuck up a little, it's fine.
Like, they're busy with something, they're like, there you go, Chap. Shit. They'll figure it out.
Coming
Like-
in low.
But, gods sometimes do that shit. Sometimes that shit happens, and
Do they work
it
in
works for
mysterious
him.
ways?
They do.
Oh, that hurt. My religious childhood went, like, just punched me in the gut. I hate it.
Gods don't make mistakes. They just work in mysterious ways.
Chaplain absolutely believes gods make mistakes.
Need to study harder. All right, so are you guys just gonna follow the newly
We're gonna fall Screech.
clairvoyant Screech?
We're still heading east, right?
Yeah, she kind of veered
Yeah.
off a little bit in like a northeast direction, but yeah.
Demeanor for heading east.
It's literally just as good as the we'll head east we had. So now it's a head east and gamble.
Yeah, there you go.
You hear a long, drawn-out, disembodied sigh, but it's still behind you, so there's still an arc in there.
Arkin, do you believe that you will tan less in your current situation?
That's all you get.
So Arkin, in this current scenario, which one of your flaws would you say is being put to its limits at the very moment?
I see what you're getting at.
Well, what I'm getting at is someone played a focus flaw on you, so.
Yeah, this seems to be a god talking through Screech, so he's already like on the edge of saying, fuck this, I'm out.
But he's not gonna divulge that to anybody?
No.
Okay.
But it will affect his actions whenever they get there, I'm sure.
Okay. So as you are all following Screech, the sun begins to set, and you find yourself at the base of a 50 or so foot tall waterfall of an almost vertical ascent. And Screech, this looks exactly like the one you came down in your vision.
We have to go up.
Screech, your plan had us ascending a waterfall.
Didn't I say that we
The hills and river and waterfall and more river and I said waterfall.
And do you have a plan for how we are going to ascend said waterfall?
Go up. She like tries to like have this smart look and like.
Please lead the way.
How long has it been since they started following this?
Total time since you left the Minotaur village has been about 6 hours or so, but from following just Screech, maybe 2.
Okay, hold on. Arkin, like you see him pulling back his cloak as the rest of him appears. Like, okay, Chaplain, what? Why is something talking to her and not you? And why are we blindly following it? Can you at least pinpoint which one of your stupid gods is talking to her and not you, if that's even the case?
I am not directly certain that it is a deity speaking to her. However, I do not have sufficient time to reach out to all of them individually to attempt to glean that.
You just need to find whichever one can tell you who sent her the message.
Importantly, it was as good a guess as our previous guess. But for the moment, I will think on your question and attempt to give you an answer. However, in order to proceed, perhaps we should check behind the waterfall and ensure that there is nothing hidden, such as a staircase or tunnel, and otherwise perhaps rest for some modicum of time and spend the next day looking for a way up the hillside.
Sure, as long as we know that we're not just blindly following something for the sake of following it.
I am happy to follow any plans that you have devised.
I don't have a plan, and it's good to have a lead, but knowing where he came from is just as important.
I do have one option I would like to present. If we believe that this group is the same one that has targeted us previously, and we are attempting to find some of them in order to track down this blade, or more importantly, the lost merchandise, if they find us, that could save some of the problem. And allowing them to find us may be as simple as me summoning a temple.
Sounds good to me. And if it's not them, then
Screech, while they're having this conversation, you get another vision, and you see yourself climbing, just bare hand scaling this waterfall, the rocks to the side of it, and in this vision that you're having, it's almost trepidatious how you're doing it. You're like grabbing and then like flinging yourself up like impossibly long strides of jumping up this waterfall, and you start running alongside the river in these long strides, just like impossibly long strides, and you get to the mouth of this cave in just a few dozen steps, and there's this light that is just bellowing out of this cave, bright as the sun setting. And as you walk in, you see the bald man with his robe up, blade drawn, and a small army behind him. And you hear just faintly, tonight we ascend on Fortunas, as you are yanked back into your body. And this is all happening while Arkin and Chaplin are talking. You come back to right around the time where Chaplin says something about he could summon a temple.
Hey, Chaplin.
Yes, Screech.
Probably gonna happen again.
Could you please clarify?
The bald guy with the fancy robes. I saw him in my head again.
And what is it that you saw?
He has all of his people in like an army, and they said, and then she's gonna repeat in the voice, tonight we ascend on Fortunas.
Fortunas. Interesting.
I don't think we're gonna get to them before they get there.
That is actually a place where I may help. If I can confirm that there is going to be an assault on Fortunas, which I believe is something that is within my power to glean, then I could simply return us to the temple in Fortunas. Would you all be willing to wait an hour while I attempt to glean this information?
The Screech sighs and sits down. She's used to waiting around for y'all at this point.
Waiting for Chaplin.
How tall is this cliffside?
About 50 feet.
All right. Yeah, do your praying or whatever, and Basset like takes his staff off his shoulders and like gets in a pouncing position, and he takes off running up the side of this wall.
Bye.
And as soon as he gets to the top, he's gonna like grab the edge just so he can like peek his head over. and he's gonna see if he can see anything on the other side or
You see a
above the
very
cliffside.
thick forest and a river cutting through it.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, he just lets go and floats down.
Also, it has occurred to me, if we do need to scale this mountain, we actually have the capacity to do so. With the cloak that allows for climbing on walls, we could simply ascend one at a time. Perhaps Basset does not need such, and drop the cloak down for the next person to ascend. Who am I going to talk to? The god of divination to divine things. That seems like. So I'm going to set up commune. Cast it as a hour-long ritual to save my ever-dwindling spell slots. To ask 3 yes, no, unclear questions. And the first question to the Savras, god of divination, is a large group planning an assault on the city of Fortunis tonight?
Yes.
Is the weapon Duskblade owned by someone of the organization planning this assault?
Unclear.
Is the force preparing to attack Fortunis greater than the defensive force available at Fortunis?
Yes.
After an hour of just sitting by himself, Chaplin stands up. It seems that Screech was indeed correct. An assault is going to happen on Fortunis tonight, and it is very likely that Fortunis will be overwhelmed in the process. Who would like to go save a city?
That's kind of why I told you.
Thank you, Screech.
Let's get the job done.
Then everyone, please gather, and I will do my best to avoid fountains this time.
Basset's like holds his staff out and just sits on it, and he's just like floating above the air right now, just waiting.
Okay, word to recall. You and up to 5 willing creatures within 5 feet of you instantly teleport to a previously designated sanctuary, such as the Temple of the Jacqueline Fortunis.
Okay.
So, poof. There goes, most of my spell slots, and you need a percentile die, don't you?
I do.
Oh, that's gonna be the one where we messed it up.
Yep. That's not bad.
No, you guys land right in the doorstep of the Temple of the Jackal. Arkin, you land shin deep in a fountain.
I stated that I was going to avoid fountains. I'm going to spend an IP to not put him in a fountain.
Okay.
I'm going to stay by my word, thank you.
Well, no, if you said you're not going to do it, that's fine. You don't have to spend an IP.
Okay, but it'd be funny though.
Could put him close to the fountain. No. We'll be nice for once.
As soon as we appear next to the temple, Basset starts like scooting away from it.
The fountain or the temple?
The temple.
Do you dislike temples, Basset?
No, we gotta hurry, don't we?
Understood. We should attempt to notify who we can within the city, although I am uncertain how much they will take us at our word. Diplomacy is likely valuable here. I believe that is perhaps something you and I are best skilled for. Does this town have a guard from what we saw last time?
Oh yeah.
Never mind. We're at the
Mhm.
Temple of the Jackal. I'm going to go ask for information regarding where the local guard is and who we should speak to regarding the city's defense. Please wait. And Chaplain walks in the temple. Why am I going to go wander around? The Temple of the Jackal is right here.
All right.
Is there a guard in sight?
I mean, if you look, yeah, there are guards that patrol the city. Like, it's a fairly well equipped city.
Arkin's gonna slip off to the tavern that they were at before.
Okay.
Basset's gonna climb onto the nearest building and scout out a guard.
Okay. Okay. What's Screech doing?
She's sticking with Chaplin. It's not like she will notice Arkin slipping away or be able to climb a building, so she's just gonna be like, oh.
Well, like, let's defend the city, and we all split.
Yeah. Screech is watching Basset climb a building, turns around, Arkin's gone, sees Chaplain walking the temple. Fuck. All right, Chaplain, you enter the temple. There are a few people that are in prayer right now. You see one of the emissaries.
Chaplain will quietly walk towards the emissary and a small beckoning motion to speak quietly in the corner.
All right. He nods and he meets you over there.
Greetings, emissary. I assume you're aware of the impending attack tonight.
I have not been sent word of this.
As best as I have been able to glean, a large group of bandits is going to assault the city tonight. Please confirm with your own sources, obviously. And I believe that the group of bandits is likely going to overwhelm the city. It would be best if you prepared your defenses as much as possible. Who in the city would I be best to reach out to raise an early alarm?
You would want to reach out to the mayor. I have confirmed this information to be true. I cannot directly intervene in the fight, but
I understand. I simply wanted you to keep the temple safe. Is there any further information you can you cannot directly intervene? Understood.
we have limits.
Thank you. I will reach out to the mayor and please be well. Chaplain will quietly walk out and not disturb prayer. Oh, can I get a location of the mayor?
Oh yeah, he would have told you that
yeah.
for sure.
Okay. The mayor, great. Where is he?
Yeah, you're good. Basset, you climb the building and begin scouting about, and you can see a small group of guards, like 3 of them that are walking together. They're all wearing matching armor with the insignia of Fortunatus on it. And they're, just a couple dozen feet away from you.
He's gonna jump down, and as he's coming down, he's like, guards, excuse me. As he like floats down in the middle of the street. Should grab their attention.
Yeah, that seems pretty much so. As you do that, you see that there's someone walking that's carrying a watermelon, and you actually startle them, and they toss it up into the air.
Can I try to catch that?
Sure. Give me acrobatics. Yeah, you do it real gracefully too, like in the middle of the swoop, like one-handed kind of cradle it.
Gonna land on the floor and like, without looking at the guy, be like, here, take it.
Just begrudgingly like,
Yeah. And I'll walk over to the guards.
Kind of glad Bob stepped away for a moment so I don't have to hear him talk about how much he wants watermelon. Hey!
So about that watermelon.
He's gone now.
There is no watermelon, shut up.
Someone just eating a watermelon straight.
Oops.
He's gonna try to get in close to the guards so the citizens won't hear.
Okay. Yeah, and everybody sort of stops at this spectacle of the man floating off of the building, and they see you walk over towards the guards, and a small group is starting to gather to watch this at this point. So if you're trying to make it where they can't hear you, you're going to need to do it in stealth.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
A group is planning on attacking Fortunatus tonight, and I'm gonna use the Heart of Darkness feature again. So, we have confirmation from the gods. I know it sounds weird, but there are a lot of people, and apparently their numbers outnumber the guards here at Fortunatus.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion. I'll let you do it at advantage for your feature, but citing sources being God kind of
Yeah.
call skepticism into play.
I
That's
mean,
one to nat on. And one of them sort of like leans in close. You know, this is a serious allegation. Do you have any other information, who they are, which direction they're coming from, how we can prepare best for this?
they should be coming from the north, up from the mountains. The group is there's been some straggler bandits, but they've been getting numbers, and Bassett would know like their symbol, and he would like try to describe that or like draw it out into ground with his staff.
Okay. Yeah, I mean they're familiar with the bandits you're speaking of for sure. But they've never had any orchestrated attack before. It's just been random attacks on caravans and isolated individuals.
Right, we've come to the marshlands talking to the tribes there. One of their shamans was attacked with a mystical blade, and the person that wields the blade is leading this attack.
I'll let the mayor know. And around this time, Chaplain, you're walking out of the temple, and you can see a couple dozen feet away from you. A small crowd is gathered, but you also see Bassett standing there talking to 3 guards.
Chaplain will try and edge his way over to adjacent to Bassett.
You walk next to the guy who's holding a watermelon and looking really confused.
Watermelons are expensive in winter.
If he can kind of get in without raising, well, obviously he's gonna stand out like a sore fucking thumb. But I'm sure Bissett, assuming Bissett doesn't like shoo him away, he's gonna stand over and kind of lean in with Bissett.
Yeah, they like kind of stop and look at you as you approach, and Bissett gives like a nod of confirmation, and then they continue the conversation.
Just for clarification, I presume you have informed them, and are any active measures being taken?
We are going to alert the mayor right now, and we're going to start focusing them in towards the north where the mountain passes.
Have we fought this bandit group? Yeah, no, of course, that's what started all of this. Uh-huh. And that group was to the south. What time of day is it, Cliff?
9-10 p.m. ish.
Fuck. Okay. So there's no chance of me getting any spells back. I got what I got, which is none of my 4th, 5th, or 6th level spells. I am almost.
Give me
Because
insight, history, nature.
Insight it is.
I mean, you know, topographically speaking, from the map you have and just from the distance you've traveled, from where they were to where you are, I mean, that's a half day's travel at least. More than that, you know, through normal means. So, unless Chaplin thinks that they have some magical way of traveling, he would probably feel safe enough to assume that he could get some rest in before the attack happens.
I have one more channel divinity talk to God. Is there a god of math?
No.
Yeah, I'm
God
gonna
of
go.
knowledge.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the jackal. Excuse me, jackal. I understand that you are busy. However, a group is coming to assault Fortunas tonight, and I was hoping you could clarify roughly what time they would be arriving.
You have like this awkward moment where there's no response, which is, you know, not typical of how the jackal's responses are. And you just get kind of like a cut and dry, like 17 hours at its current pace.
Thank you. Be well. Chaplin, just kind of staring off in the distance, rejoins the conversation suddenly as he does. I understand that you do not have direct ways to perfectly reconcile the information I am providing. However, understand that I work heavily with the temple here, and I'm sure you understand some of the knowledge they possess. I run off of similar veins of information. The attack will likely arrive somewhere in 16 or 17 hours, at best estimation. I can provide perhaps one piece of assistance. It would be in the form of a large temple, which is very durable and unlikely to be destroyed except by extreme magics. The advantage being that we could put people safely inside of it, the disadvantage that if extreme magics were present and it was destroyed, everyone would be localized in one location. I would like to leave the strategizing to the guards here, as you know your facilities and available resources better than I.
Well, I think either way we do it, we're all grouped together in one area. A temple would be much smaller than spread out amongst the city, but if it caused them to focus their attack,
It will. I can promise you that if I wreck this temple, they will focus their attack on it.
then it sounds like a plan if you do that to the north.
Can you tell me where specifically you would like it to be? I require dimensions of 120 feet by 120 feet.
They look at you so perplexed. They're like, to the north, between here and the mountain pass, I would assume.
How far? Within sight of the town?
We still need to be able to defend if they bypass or if they breach. So yes.
Understood. Screech. Where is Screech? Screech is in the crowd, I assume.
Oh, she did. Like, I assume she followed you in and followed you out.
Waddle in.
Followed you in, got lost to see if people taller than her saw the shiny thing walking away and went, "Oh God!" and started following that.
Feel a tug on your robe.
Dad.
Basset, thank you for leading the efforts here. I'm going to go erect the temple and then rest as best I can to prepare further. Please feel free to come reach out to me once you have prepared anything further available. I will be in a very obvious location. And Screech, would you please defend me while I erect the temple?
Sure.
Thank you. There's also a subtle RP thing in the back of my head here that putting this temple up will give a lot of credence to our words. Because it's one thing for a bunch of crazies to come in and say this is happening and we sound believable, but hey, we believe this is happening. By the way, look, I have the power of the gods. They'll believe us more.
You guys all run into town. The gods told me there's gonna be an attack. It's gonna happen in 17 hours.
Fortunately, I imagine that they have a fairly stable rapport with the Temple of the Jackal to know that sometimes they know weird shit that they shouldn't.
They're like, all right, Willie.
It just makes me think to Vampire the Masquerade and Malkavians. Once per session, they get to ask the DM a yes or no question that has to be answered truthfully, so that the crazy guy can be right on rare occasion. Anyway, Chaplin's going to go make a temple.
But as you all are having this conversation, you see one of the pedestrians is sort of like in the crowd behind you. As you say that there is an attack imminent, you catch out of your peripheral them react to this as if they heard it. And you see them sort of break through the crowd and take off running towards the northeast.
Ooh, all right, let's chase him.
You gotta try like chasing them through the crowd.
Yep, and like he's not being subtle or trying to stay hidden from him or something. He's calling out to him the entire time.
Okay. As he sees he's being chased, he just takes off running even faster.
If only you had a mount.
I am almost certain I can outpace him.
Probably. The only advantage he has over you is he knows the city better. So he's dodging between people and cutting through alleys, and he'll like run into a large group and you'll lose sight of him for a second, and then you'll see like off to your side that he ran through some alley and he's cutting through. What skill are you gonna use in this chase?
First, let's do acrobatics and trying to avoid people jumping on like crates and barrels and stuff to hurdle over obstacles.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that. So you cut him off at a few points, but he's still pretty slippery. And he doubles back a bit and starts running back through, and he's going into more densely crowded areas. And like I said, you see him just sort of dashing off into these alleys, and you have to excuse your way through people to be able to get over there. How are you gonna navigate through this crowd to get to the alley?
Um, let's try persuasion. He is going to coming since he can like walk on wall. No, actually, that doesn't make any sense. Since he's able to walk on walls and stuff, he's going to avoid the people, walk on the wall, and start running alongside it.
Well, like when there's a large
So,
group of people, and then on the other side of them are buildings with an alley, you don't really have access to the walls unless you ran around the people to hit the walls, and then ran on the walls, and then into the alley. And that seems like it would take longer.
okay, could we try persuasion to um like yell at the group of people, telling them to clear a path for me?
Sure. How are you wording it?
Um, I'm pretty sure they would notice the first guy bashing through everyone, and he's going to come in afterwards, but like, please, everyone, can you clear a path? I don't mean to harm you chasing him.
Sure. Give me a persuasion. Okay. And surprisingly, they all oblige, and they clear a nice path for you, and you narrow the distance. And as you get close to this person, you see them pull a dagger, and they begin to put it up towards their own throat.
Okay, let's. Fuck, that was persuasion, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Um. All right, as soon as I see him do that, Basette's gonna like stop in his tracks, hold the staff out behind him, place it standing, and start walking slowly towards the guy.
Okay.
Whatever's going on, it doesn't need to end in bloodshed. If you did something wrong, there's always redemption. If someone's forcing you to do something, we can always find a way to help. And he's still walking closer.
Okay. What skill are you going to use to resolve this situation?
Uh, what would that be?
Sounds like persuasion, but you can't use that one.
Yeah.
You might be able to swing it as insights to see what would actually make him want to live. What would make him think that he's gonna get a better deal out of it.
Yeah, we could go with that. Will that work, Cliff?
So you're going to use insight to try to, like,
Insider investigation to read his mood based off what I say.
I'll go insight. I won't go with because you have no way of being able to determine his thoughts and proclivities. But investigation, you sound like you're saying, whatever's going on, it doesn't need to result in bloodshed. If you're trying to, pry information out of him a bit, that sounds a bit investigatory.
Okay. Oof, I might have to ID that one.
You got IP it? Okay.
Nope, stab.
Yeah. That's better.
A little bit better.
You see him pierce his skin a bit, and blood start to trickle out from his throat, and he says, "No, I heard what you said. I lost my mom and my dad this year, and I am not gonna become some prisoner of war and tortured. I'd rather just end it now."
He's gonna stop in his tracks. We have a safe haven. There's no way they can reach you in this area.
You can't know that.
I know. And I'm gonna I don't think Heart of Darkness would convince him right here. Nah.
I mean, it could. You're
No,
kind of relating to his darkness right now.
Yeah, so he's gonna keep getting closer and like stare directly into his eyes.
Sure. Give me a
Allow
charisma
me.
roll with
Allow me to
advantage.
show you before you do anything rash.
And as he looks into your eyes, you see his begin to swell up with tears, and he pulls the blade away. And he just instinctively just runs up and hugs you.
Bassette's gonna like wrap his arms around him, his tail around him, and hold him until he lets go.
Arkin, you make your way into the little temple area, or not temple, but the tavern area where you spoke with the the ruffians who organized the fight club.
He will come in and have a seat at the bar and start talking to the bartender, but he is speaking loudly in thief speak.
Okay.
Basically letting everyone know there's an attack coming. They should be here in a matter of hours. You should probably prepare in any way as you can because they're coming to take this town, and their numbers outmatch your own. It would probably be best if you want to fight back to use more seedy tactics to do so and not try to fight them head on. Whatever you can do to help would be much appreciated.
As you begin talking, from like the back corner, you start hearing this voice that is accompanied by the strums of a lute, and everything that you're saying to the barkeep, this person is translating like basically thieves' cant to like common tongue, but in the form of like a poem, like a sonnet, and he's almost singing out what you're saying, and you're noticing that like the people are being sort of distracted by his song, more so than heeding the warning of it.
Yeah, Arkin will stop in his tracks. He will turn and he's going to throw a dagger at his lute with the intention to nail it right in the neck of it and cut the strings.
Okay, go ahead and do that with a -5.
Okay. Boom. That's a weird symbol there. All right, whatever.
It's the armor class of a lute.
Just do one order, I think. Sorry, we're planning food. So yeah, I would say that an 18 still holds true on that. Yeah, the dagger flies through mid strum. You hear like a bling as it just shoots all out of tune, and the metal wiring begins to spring out a bit. And like everybody's eyes sort of just snap at you.
And Arkin, still glaring at the bard, is basically continuing what he was saying. Like, as I said, an attack is coming whether you're ready or not. If you decide to ignore my warning and die, no skin off my back. He flings a gold coin to the barkeep, and then he just walks out.
Okay. Okay. Screech, what are you doing during this entire endeavor other than, are you just following Chaplin or?
Following Chaplin, and he asked Screech to guard him while he set up the temple, so that's what she's gonna do.
Okay. And how long
She
does it take to
specifically
cast
asked.
1 hour.
1 hour, okay. upon finishing the cast, Chaplain, due to the pending attack, all things going on, kind of the lack of involvement that the Jackal has had both in communication and the emissary, you feel this sense of distraction. For the next 24 hours, all of your rolls will be at a -1.
That's fair.
And all these scenarios have satisfied the 4 chaos bursts. Chaplain, yours was the first person to cast a spell, so.
Fair enough.
Screech, you didn't get one, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
So yeah, so an hour passes, Beset, Arkin, you regroup with Chaplain and Screech, as the temple, is finishing, its creation, and you have a small crowd that's gathered and watching this going on, a few of the guards, and you're seeing, a small platoon of guards has, kind of taken sect, off just a few yards away from where it is, and you can see them that they're strategizing and they're trying to set up picks and battle plans.
Were any of the guards assembling around as I was casting?
Oh, for sure.
Did any of them look clearly in charge?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Permissions on the temple is our group plus that one guy.
Okay.
At which point,
But that's gonna argue that the person he has with him has permission to.
sure. Chaplain is going to, once the construction is finished, go over to the captain and let him know that the building is ready, and additional information: only a certain collection of people can open the door or close it. You are one of them. Please let me know if you need anything. I will be inside. And Chaplain goes inside.
All right.
I'm down to third level and below.
Yeah, so he nods and he just continues with his battle arrangements. And as you all enter the temple, you see that the city is setting up and preparing for this battle.
Do I have favor with Corellian?
Yeah.
Enough favor to ask for a favor from her.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. So it's always been in my brain that this temple is very well lit, and so it's a beacon of light in the night. I'm going to ask her, burning a channel divinity. I'll have to rest before I do that, but I'm going to ask. Actually, do I have to burn something to get that favor? Do I have to communicate to them?
No, that you get
Okay.
1 favor a week that you can use your boon with.
I would like her to increase the brightness of my temple so that throughout the night, it makes as much area well illuminated as possible to make it harder to sneak and that kind of nonsense.
Okay.
That seems her jam.
The goddess of the sun, yeah, she likes that kind of stuff.
Can you make shit brighter?
Yeah. And after you kind of say your prayer, everyone inside the temple, you notice from the eastern windows of the temple, that the stained glass begins to just saturate the inside of the temple in a way that you've rarely seen, as if this direct light was shining in from the windows and just casting this this beautiful pattern of colors across the floor and walls.
Is Beset around?
No, he's a cat.
See a
Yes.
chunky cat? Is Arkanoff still doing his thing?
You're muted,
You're
John.
muted.
No, he's lingering about.
Okay. Beset, Screech, Arkin. In order to better prepare, I am going to take some time to rest. Should you need anything from me, please let me know. Is there anything you would like of me before I take time to recuperate? Please reach out to me should you need anything, but if it can be avoided, please do not interrupt my rest. Thank you. And Chaplain will go to his place in the smack dead center of the temple and sit cross-legged and go into low power.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything for the remainder of the night?
Archer's just studying.
Impending attack. Physics.
Yep.
I was debating whether or not Screech would get her book out, but if there's a fight that's gonna be brought over here, probably not. Then the book could get damaged. Yeah, no, she's just gonna like play a violin and kill time.
All right.
That's not doing shit.
Okay. Who wants to play against fate?
Play against fate?
Mhm.
What does that mean?
It means that one of you gets to choose something to go against fate.
I don't like
Sounds
that.
like a Chaplain kind of thing.
I'd say give it to Beset because he's the newest player. Have fun.
Yeah.
All right. Set. High or low?
All right, low.
Okay. All right. So you all rest for 8 hours. The 2 or so hours that it took in preparation, an hour to build a temple, an hour for informing everybody and everything that was going on. Based on the Jackal's last decree, you all have about 7 hours before the attack. At this moment, the sun is up. Well, it's rising. There are guards that have set up platoons. They've brought out these makeshift walls that they've set up picks between the city and the mountain pass, kind of like halfway up the temple. So the temple is working as its own natural barrier, and then they have these little pick walls, and they have guard posts that are set up at them. And you can see that everybody in the city is in high alert right now.
Whew. It's not how I expect this session to go.
Baset's gonna go good like 100 feet in front of the temple. Is there like no guards are going off and scouting forward, right? Is everyone
Not really.
back?
Not really.
Okay. Well, he's gonna inform the guard captain too, but
You're gonna
he
inform him
has what he's gonna do. Like 100 or so feet in front of the temple, he's gonna go dig up some small holes and like kind of hide them in the dirt. He's gonna bury like 20 caltrops.
Okay. Do you have them actually?
Yep.
As you approach the guard captain, he lets you know that during the middle of the night, that the light shining off of the temple lit up some scouts that they seen from the bandits, and the guards gave pursuit, but were not able to capture these scouts. And he expresses his concern that they may have reported back the amount of setup and forces that they have on this side of the city. And he says, as a strategist, that he fears they may attack from a different angle, knowing that they're set up here.
I should be able to get confirmation one way or another. And Chaplin's up now, right?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna relay the information to Chaplin.
Technically, it could have 2 temples.
What do they last,
Well,
24 hours?
24 hours, yeah. So if I, right before arrest, right after arrest, I can overlap them a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it feels a little wrong meta because, it's my temple. Like, how's it? But, I'm making a temple. It's not my temple.
What if, like, the inside of the temple is like a bag of holding, like it's its own pocket dimension? So if you make 2 of them, they both are, it's one. There's
It's the
2
same
exterior
inside.
shells, but the doors lead to the same area.
I'd run with it. It means I could, leave things set up, store things. So collecting the party as best I can. My resources are limited. However, I can do my best to provide advantages to us and those around us. I have in the past offered a feast that has beneficial magical effects. I could offer this to us as well as simple math. A little over half a dozen of the guards at their choice. It would both strengthen us slightly and help us against poisonous effects, which I believe may be a problem when dealing with bandits. However, this would take significant effort. In addition, I could also create a secondary temple on the other side of the city. Do you believe that these 2 are worth a significant amount of my effort?
Can you pray or something and figure out if they're still coming from this way? Because there's no need to put another temple up if they're not going to go that way.
I can attempt to glean information. However, the deities I've been attempting to glean information from are increasingly busy as of current. Let me see who I can talk to.
Any word if that little girl has been punched to death by my dad or not?
I'm sorry, who?
What, Vardrock went to the Shadowfell?
Oh, you're asking about Lilith. I
Mhm.
see. I could reach out to her.
If you like.
I'm not certain that that is a priority for before the attack today.
No priority. Just wondering.
I will put it on my list to check. Jesus.
What are our lives?
Well, certainly the goddess of peace won't answer my questions about fighting. And fuck the god of protection. So that's really the thing, is like, I need to talk to the god of the protection, but it's Helm, and fuck him. I know he won't like me.
And we're trying to protect the city.
Yeah, but he also doesn't like me because I've killed his people before.
It happens.
Have I talked to Tempest, the god of war?
I don't think you have.
I don't think I have. He'd be a great god to talk to, but fuck it, let's give it a try. Channel Divinity, talk to a god. I can never remember the name of the ability, so it's just talk to a god now.
Yep, I gotcha. Omnipotence.
That's the one. Tempest, god of war. Greetings, Tempest, god of war. I am Chaplain, and I am preparing a battle today that I would like to win. The enemy has seen our reinforcements as best as I can tell. In order to win this battle, I need to know what direction they are planning to come from. Can you tell me if they are still coming towards our defenses or if they're going to circle around?
If I were an all-knowing deity of war, and I knew there were defenses set up, I would send a small group at it as a red herring, but send the larger flank, take them by surprise. That is, if I were a strategic mind of battle.
Well, if you happen to know a strategic mind of battle, perhaps tell them to watch tonight. It'll be fun.
You just hear like a laughter echo off.
I am fairly confident that there will be a smaller force that attacks this front while a larger force flanks from the other direction. So perhaps a second temple would not be ill-advised, although it primarily serves for... Or perhaps we should simply tell the town guard of this and have them position their reinforcements appropriately, as the temple itself only provides a physical wall for the purposes of combat. Actually, no. I think it provides more. Hold on. No, we're not fighting undead or shit like that. Yeah, okay. Perhaps we should get the captain of the guard in for discussions on tactics. No one's complaining. I'm going to go get the captain of the guard and bring him,
Think Screech is
whoever...
smart enough to figure out tactics? She never has input
She's a
unless
fucking
said-
battle master!
The battle master.
Yes! For herself!
The description is skilled
How
in
does-
all aspects of battle.
But only for
Murder
herself,
machine.
Sin.
She's
So-
just a murder machine.
Literally knows nothing else of battle unless she's doing it.
I'm going to collect the local battle masters, our party, the captain of the guard, and whoever he deems important for tactical discussions, and bring them to a private room in the temple.
Yeah, the captain brings a general and 2 lieutenants with him.
Thank you for coming. I trust now that you believe the information I offer based off of the scouts you have seen. The current information I have is that they are aware of our defenses and will send a small group to attack this front and keep whoever is here distracted, while the primary bulk of their force will attack the other flank. What I would like to know from you is if a secondary temple, such as the one that we are currently standing in, would be useful on the other front. It takes a great deal of my efforts to place it, and for the purposes of combat is primarily only a physical obstruction. It is also very obvious when placed, as you have seen. What the fuck?
That was a misclick.
Yeah.
If it takes more out of you to do it, I don't see a logical reason to do so.
Then I will refrain from it and perhaps, if it is acceptable, advise you to perhaps make sure that sufficient forces are on this front to make it look like we are defending here, but prepare for a counter-assault in the other direction of their primary force.
That's exactly what I was thinking. We'll throw forces to guard from the other ways, but we'll keep them a little bit further in. We may suffer some collateral damage to buildings, but we should have the upper hand in that situation if they think that our primary defenses are still pushed north.
Is there any further information or aid we can help to prepare for the coming battle, which I believe is 5 or 6 hours away?
Are you as good with a sword as you are with your divination?
I use other effects, but I will be beneficial in some modicum.
And then Fortunus will be in your debt.
The one offer I can give is if there is a direct frontal assault, I think I will be best actually away from the temple on this end. If there is a direct frontal assault and there is a actual visible charge, I will be able to thin numbers quite quickly. However, if they are somehow stealthy, that same offer will not apply. Basset, do you know of anything that can aid in this scenario?
Well, he already put some caltrops out towards the north, so we should be able to get a few of them with that.
Thank you. One last option. I am able to prepare a rather impressive feast. I understand that this does not sound important. However, it grants great magical effects to around a dozen people. This is something I'm preparing for myself and my compatriots. If you have 5 or 6 people that would enjoy a good meal and could deal with resistance against poison and damage through combat, please invite them to join us in about an hour.
He looks towards his general and lieutenant, says, "You three, I need you in best shape you can be in."
Is there anything else we should discuss in this safe location before we prepare dinner and depart to our separate locations?
Pray to your gods. Tell your
That's
loved
how we've
ones that
gotten
you
this
love
far.
them. And let's get ready to fight.
Understood. I'll go make dinner. How long does that take to cast? 10 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to set up a Last Supper in a private room and tell Basset that he should bring his friends as part of it.
Okay.
The fear resistance will do him well. So I'm going to target the party and cast Hero's Feast and blow my 6th level spell slot. Screech, Arcane,
I'm sure
people.
my 6th level spell slot appreciates it.
Lol. Where is Hero's Feast? Bam. Effect. And then untargeting everyone. I wish there was an easier way to untarget everyone. This is bonus hit points. Wow. Okay, that's not great. Let's how much IP do I have left? Because I
2.
want to reroll that too. I'm gonna burn an IP to reroll the bonus hit points.
Sure. It should put the larger amount on there and remove the other ones.
Well, I untargeted people because you're gonna have to do this manually because I'm also casting aid on the other 3.
Oh, well, then just tell me what I gotta do.
Yeah. So 26 for the other 3, 15 for me, 11 for me.
26 for who?
Screech, Arkin, Basset.
Oh, you gave yourself the lower amount this time?
Without an asshole in the party that I don't like, I can't bring myself to pick one of them to be the lower. It's Chaplin. And so he's got to pick himself to be the odd man out.
Bakuda just gave you another IP back as well, so you still have 2. So everybody has 2, but Arkin, you have 3. You guys have 2 bonus die at hand. Arkin, any final preparations you are making for battle?
No.
Okay. Basset, any other preparations you're making for battle?
Nope.
Screech, is the battle master making any preparations for battle? This very
Shut up.
imminent and incoming battle that she is aware is about to happen?
This imminent and yeah. Making sure armor is properly fitted, making Chaplin help her with any armor that making sure it's properly fitted. Give me a second. Why is that?
Do you think Screech would be able
Changed.
to offer tactical advice on where to be to prepare against an ambush? I've answered my question. Never mind.
I mean, I'm sure she has the knowledge to do so. Whether she has the ability to convey this knowledge to others, I guess, is a debatable factoid. But
Do you want
Stand here, hit things.
you see
to?
it
You
coming from
go
up there,
over
and you
there.
hit it with
No,
that
not
thing.
over there. There's a reason that the skills I picked for her were like parry and riposte, and these things I still don't use, and precision attack, which I've used like 5 times, and like
Take it back. Arkin does have some things he wants to do.
No take backsies. Know what you want to do.
He's just going to help with anyone who will listen. Set up ambush points, dig little like guerrilla warfare type shit, like camouflage, places where they can hop out and catch people off guard, scouting posts where they can keep a lookout and see where attacks are coming from, stuff like that.
What's your justification for knowing this type of information?
It's how he attacks shit.
So, like your criminal specialty?
Yeah.
Okay. Basset, nothing you're doing, you said, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Just meditate the entire time.
Arkin, go ahead and give me a stealth roll. Screech, go ahead and give me a shit. I don't really have a good one for this one. Go ahead and give me a God, none of your skills are really gonna help with this, huh? Let's just say in current situation, give me an intimidation roll to see if you can whip these young bucks into shape.
dear God. Okay. We have a bonus die, right?
We do.
I'm gonna use one.
Okay.
The little bird's yelling at me.
Look.
All right, go ahead and
We're gonna
make
make
it
this
with
work.
+4.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take the 14. It's fine. I don't need to reroll.
Um.
Fuck you, Arkin, and you 33 stealth.
Such a low roll for him.
5.
Rolling an 18
Is
like,
this-
is a low roll. Really?
Considering all last session, it was just nothing but 20s.
Just fucking right. God damn.
Is this like skill rolls to help prepare our side and whatnot?
Kind of, yes.
Is this something that Chaplain would also apply for?
No, because Chaplain did his feast, so he's already helping out.
Okay. I was going to argue using religion because, dear Lord, I've used a lot of it.
Nope, you don't need to do that.
Okay.
So battle is rolling in. The attack is imminent. Where is everybody positioned tactically for this battle?
I think we need to be where the biggest brunt of the battle is, and thus on the south side. Is that agreed? We should all be on the same battlefront so that we can take care of each other.
I mean, yes.
And the south side's going to be worse, so that's the side we should be fighting in.
Arkin will be close to the group within range of message, but hidden, of course.
As he do.
Of course.
Should we be just standing on the front lines, or should we... Well, okay, most of you should be standing on the front lines. Chaplain is going to be back a few rows. But Screech, I'm assuming, is right on the front lines.
Okay.
I mean, she always is. That's where you hit things the most.
So if you guys are going towards the south, the general there is going to be directing you all where to go, as they are they're not immediately visible. They're pushed back into the city slightly. They have it set up so that way they're kind of walking into an ambush.
I'm going to ask that general to put one of his people that can spot things. Never mind. I'm going to go wherever he wants me to, but I need to be at a place where I can pop out and have a clear view of the field, i.e. like a window or something. And I'm going to tell Arkin, if you see a crowd charging, or if you see large groups pop up and charging that don't have our men near them yet, tell me immediately so I can light up the night with fire.
It's day.
Arkin will make a whistling sound and say, when you hear that, that's the signal.
Thank you. I have one big
Cliff.
spell and I want to use it.
What's up?
Basette's not gonna use one of the charges, but he's activating his scarab.
Okay.
So he's like holding it while he's prepping.
Okay.
So that should give him saving or advantage on saving throws.
So hold on, let me see. Do I have some war music for ambience here?
I mean, you usually have something.
So, to explain this for you guys, we are going to break into siege rules. This is a large-scale battle. It will not play out like a one-on-one battle. There are going to be we'll say four main forces at work. Force 1 will be the Fortunis Guard, the city of Fortunis in general. Any of the peasants that have picked up swords to help defend, the ruffians that Arkin has let aware of this and got them plenty of time to prepare. There is going to be the clan of bandits. There are going to be you all. And then there is going to be the bandit leader. Those will be the only things that are kind of tangible, attackable in this battle. So the way this will work is instead of it being your turn being a 6-second round as normal combat is, you will describe to me what you do in minute-long intervals. So you will decide whether you are going to be fighting the standard grunt force that's rolling through, if you're going to be trying to isolate just the leader and get him, or if you're going to be assisting, townies and the guard. So you'll describe your actions in minute-long intervals, not 6 seconds. And it will play out the same for everything. So it will be a total accumulated action, and then based on what happens with those actions, we'll decide who gains fervor for that round. And that's how the large-scale battle's going to go.
Sounds kind of neat. Let's do it.
As you are all preparing, you start to smell smoke. And bellowing in from the mountains of the north, wafts of smoke begin pouring out. You guys are all on the south side of the city, right?
Yep.
Okay. You all see a faint glow coming from the north. Even in the brightness of the daylight, you can see this glow coming from the mountain pass. That music's way too loud.
I'm digging it.
It's the right feel, certainly.
And you hear someone yell out in the distance, "Fire." You start hearing the sounds of engagement coming from the north as the general on the southern front gives you all a silent order of being ready for the battle to come. As you're all waiting to pounce, you see this, bless you, this group of bandits start pouring through the southern entrance to the city, the main entrance to the city. Bless you again. And you are all able to catch them off guard as the city guard and everybody pounce on them as soon as they start showing themselves. We'll give you guys a surprise round. For the southern front, what all do you do as you see these people start pouring through? We can roll initiative if you want, or you can just tell me in any order.
I have a very, very clear plan laid out, which I know this is not turn-based and whatnot, but I have a 7th level opening spell of Firestorm, which is 10 foot by 10 foot cubes of 7d10 damage, which is perfectly built for this kind of fuck all of you. And because at an instant I can just place them wherever I want, it is what I imagine a devastating attack on a force that is not yet mingled with ours. And so as soon as I know that they're out in the open and clear, Chaplain is popping up and just setting the world on fire.
Okay. Are you doing this in a fashion that is mindful of the buildings?
Yes. I want to be the first strike.
Okay.
And thus, as soon as I hear the charge and can see them, I have a range of 150 feet on this.
Okay.
I want it to be before they get within 30 or 40 feet of things, so that there's no chance of our people being mingled in. I want to be the first to act.
Okay. And what I was saying with that though is you're making sure you're placing that far enough outside the city that you're not hitting any of the buildings too, right? Okay.
Correct.
It means go ahead and roll that attack roll.
It is a save DC of 18 and then 7d10 damage to every.
Go ahead and roll the damage die.
Let me make sure I'm not targeting anything, and I'll take it.
Perfect. Okay. What's anybody else doing?
I'm barely having an allergy attack is what I'm doing.
Sounds like a terrible thing to happen in a battle.
I
Right.
know.
Um, assessing the attackers that's coming, like, are they just kind of like marching like militantly? Like, are there clear like commanders on the battlefield on horseback or anything that stands out?
Yeah, you can definitely see that there are people that are commanding small sects of these bandits, and it is a very orchestrated attack, much more well planned than you would typically see with a normal bandit group.
Okay. Arkin's going to signal for his ambush squad to hold until the frontline troops have crossed, and then go after, like, if they have any archers in the back, or get a clear shot at any of the commanders on the field to go after them.
Targeting commanders specifically would be a little bit more difficult as they're a little bit further back as the troops are coming forward. Not impossible, but just harder to do. But if that's your plan, let me know.
Do they have like a line of archers or anything, like any ranged like siege weapons, anything like that?
They do have some siege weapons. You don't see a lot of archers per se. Most of them do look like they're just melee troops that are coming in.
Okay. Yeah, then he's going to kind of like give them the hold signal and wait until they basically have the perfect element of surprise to kind of spring the trap from behind them, so they're getting attacked on both sides.
Okay. And like I said, you have a minute to decide this. I mean, you could do it after the firestorm rains down, still within the same minute, or are you holding your turn essentially?
I think gonna hold the turn, because if they spring it too early, then that defeats the purpose.
Okay. Beset.
Does it look like they're shooting arrows in our direction?
At the moment, you're not seeing arrows. No, the way that it seems is this attack front from the southern side. We're trying to take the town by surprise, so it wasn't like an overt attack just yet. You guys caught them by surprise before they started the full-fledged attack.
Okay. Holding his position right now then. Trying to stay near allies, whether it be the group or some of the soldiers here.
Okay. Screech.
I just muted myself when I tried to talk. Just after Chaplin's firestorm, she's just going to start firing with her crossbow and hoping that she's gonna hit something.
Well, they're within melee range.
Oh, well, then I'm gonna smack him and,
Yeah, like I said, they kind of started, like, pouring in through the city proper. You guys were set up a few houses in, and as soon as they walked through this pick line, so to speak, all the troops kind of converged on them, and it began melee combat in the city itself. But they weren't expecting it, because they were expecting the majority of the people to be at the north still. So you guys are getting this one round of surprise as there are troops in city proper moving forward, and they are within melee range.
then she's gonna smack some bitches after the firestorm.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack. Give me 3 attacks, actually, right?
Yep. Alright, let me just roll another 20 for that. Okay.
And one more. And this would have only been 2 damage rolls, but because of the crit, go ahead and give me 3 damage rolls.
Man, I love my damage rolls. I've always loved these damage rolls.
I mean, to be fair, you did more than half of what Chaplain did, and Chaplain just spent like his fuck off tier of spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
I
hoping that it does more than, one target worth of damage. But we'll see.
mean,
Well,
did you plan on burning your action surge right away, or?
not yet, no.
Okay. So based on this information, Basette, are you doing anything differently?
Yes, he would be assisting anyone around him. And the way he's built, he can assist 2 people per attack.
Good show.
And if any of his teammates gets attacked, he can use his reaction to deflect that. So playing defensive,
Okay.
pretty much.
Arkin, your plan changed at all? Still the same?
If they're not in an advantageous position yet, then it's going to stay the same.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you would definitely be in an advantageous position to the first wave, who are trapped between the firestorm and the city guard. So there's like that little group in between that you have kind of pinched. You would definitely have a good upper hand on them, but if you're specifically talking about for like the generals and everything, that hasn't changed. If anything, it'd probably be harder to hit the generals with the firestorm blowing through, but...
Right. Okay, so is this like 50% of their army that we could basically cut off if we attack now?
It's a large chunk.
Okay, he'll use that opportunity then. He will give the whistle and have them spring the attack.
All right, go ahead and give me a stealth attack roll, and I'm assuming stealth damage, but we'll do the attack roll first, I guess.
All right. Do I have to target anything first, or
Nope,
just
roll
rolling?
attack. All right, go ahead and make that stealth attack, the stealth damage rather.
Okay.
All right.
Self damage.
And then they attacked first. They roll a 7. The city defends. They roll a 6. So we are going to go. Okay. So, this first wave pushes through. You all see Chaplain do something that you have never seen him do to this point. And as he begins to pray, you see this cloud sort of bellow in with these deep amber lightning strikes as this flame storm just pours down fire from the heavens. Looking similar to his pillars of light, but fire. And it cuts this wave off, and it throws them off guard as people caught between start looking behind and seeing that their exit has been cut off, and then in front of them they see the guard has swarmed. Ooh, I forgot. I need to do this again, actually. So the 6, 3, okay. The city guard begin engaging in combat, and some of the villager or the city folk that have picked up weapons and militarized begin this attack. You hear the wave of battle from the northern side happening, and that's soon drowned out by the shouts and screams of battle in your immediate area that drowned everything else out. At the end of the first battle, the first wave of the battle, you all managed to take out 101 of this small army, and they were able to take out 53 of the city.
Was that with my defenses?
Yeah, I rolled theirs with advantage, and they still rolled like shit. the bandit rolled a 6. I'm sorry, the bandit rolled a 7. The city rolled a 6 and a 3.
That's for their
So
attack or their defense.
yes, it's basically like contested.
Okay.
So you all have a very clear upper hand as the bandit forces have largely been dispatched in this first group that run through. And you start to see them begin to pull out the ranged weapons from the other side of this flaming wall that has erupted up. And you hear the sounds of trebuchets launch as some of the siege weapon begins to barrel into the city proper where you are all at. What do you all do? I guess we'll go in the same order, Chaplain.
So for clarification, Firestorm is an instant spell, so the fire doesn't persist save for what it ignites. Are there still very large grouped clusters of bandits, or have they dispersed heavily?
Between the fire and the guard, they've dispersed heavily, but there's still large numbers on the other side of where you struck.
Is that within 60 feet? No? Okay.
No, we're talking a couple 100 feet away, probably.
Okay. Then this minute is going to be on defensive buff spells for people, things like Holy Weapon for Screech and my Spiritual Scythe and the name of the thing, Disciple of All, for people against bigger targets and such. So a round of helping other people do better.
Go ahead and cast those buffs on Screech, please.
Yep. And as a note, and actually, that spell only lasts 1 minute, so it will only be this round, and I am going to make it explode at the end, near the end of that minute. Might as well get that effect out of it. Possibly blinding people. So, Screech, your weapon glows. So Disciple of All only works against specific targets and such. Arkin, are you somewhere visible to Chaplain?
From your position, yes, at the current moment.
Then I'm going to focus my Disciple of Alls on Arkin so he can take after priority targets. So assuming I can throw a couple at him over the minute, can I give him that for 1 turn? Or just have him roll his shit at advantage for 1 turn?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. And I'll burn a couple uses of that. Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. I think next on the list was Bassett.
So doing his actually, you said they started shooting bows?
They did, yes.
Okay, he is going to try to stay near the people that don't look like they have cover and try to lead them to cover. And if an arrow flies by, he's going to use his reactions during this minute to catch the arrows.
Do you have to make a roll for that?
Nope, it's just damage mitigation. If I can out heal the damage that they put out, then it stops it.
Roll that, please.
I'm at full health, so this shouldn't matter, right?
It ain't gonna do anything, no. But it's just more just for me to know. Okay. Screech.
You want to take a wild guess? Smack things.
Okay. Go ahead and do 3 attack rolls, please.
Oh, so I can roll high on attacks. Okay, I
Oh
see
my
how it is. No high on attacks. Fuck!
Wow.
Luck.
Screech.
I'm not gonna do luck on the.
I can't.
Oh, right,
luck
yeah, yeah.
After a
Potential
yeah,
20.
okay, and third attack.
Just being petty.
Go ahead and roll me 4 damage rolls, please.
Alright, there's 1, 2, 3. Why is it saying 2?
You're attacking yourself, it looks like.
I don't have myself targeted.
I don't know then.
There's a 4th one, I guess.
You didn't damage yourself that time.
Yeah, I didn't change anything.
I don't know.
Okay, I
It
don't
looks
know.
like you hit yourself, and then because it was partially absorbed, it untargeted? I don't know.
I have no idea.
It's fine. I grabbed the whole number, so it's fine.
I know
Go ahead.
I know we're going at minute long, and so I shouldn't nitpick every little spell and whatnot because it's just general ideas. But do you want the explosion damage off of Holy Weapon?
That works after a minute, right?
Well, it works when I dismiss it, which has to be no to give her the never mind to give her the full effect. I'd want it to last out the minute. Never
Okay,
mind.
that's fine. Do you plan on action surging, seeing as how your weapon is glowing?
Yeah. No, I only have a minute, so let me.
Give me 3 more attacks, please. All right, go ahead and give me. Okay. All right, go ahead and give me 3 damage rolls, please.
What's happened?
I lost my concentration.
That's
I haven't.
Screech is beating the shit out of you.
Anybody.
Why are you hitting all of us?
She's like, thanks for the weapon, backhand.
And like drag and roll it over the chat box, and I roll it down in the bottom corner. I've got combat tracker in the top corner. I'm wondering if it's just kind of thinking I'm rolling on top of the combat tracker. I'm not. I'm gonna fucking move it over here now, though. Fuck you.
Screech is way too excited in this combat.
Were you dragging the die directly onto the combat tracker on accident?
No.
Oh.
'Cause I specifically roll it in the bottom corner because I've always had my setup like that.
It's fine. I'm not going to use any of these numbers against you guys like that way, anyways.
There's no reason for it to be doing that unless it's thinking it's rolling over the combat tracker when it's not.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's fine. Anything else you're doing besides smacking things?
Nah.
High or low?
Hi.
All right.
Okay.
Arkin.
So minute intervals, so casting multiple spells in this process is fine, right?
Yep.
All right. So he is going to start with. I'm gonna be ticking off spell slots as I'm doing this. He's going to cast Major Image, and at the same time as he's having Craven come, like, fly down from the sky with the intent to land on, like, the closest captain or whatnot. So the major image is going to be of one of the, what were they, gnolls that we fought in that cave that kept blowing up those barrels. Yeah, so he's going to have an image of one of those with this powder keg that with a lit fuse is getting shorter, running towards them from the side. Like, so they're facing us, engaging in combat, and then this is going to be coming from the side to draw their attention. And he's going to have Craven land on one of the commander's shoulders, casting Charm Person through them. And he's going to give the command through Craven, look out for the knoll. You must send everyone to stop him from getting to us at all costs, or we're all going to die. And with that, let's see. Boom. Take that one off. He is going to use, hopefully, that opportunity of distraction, not only for his guys to take them out more easily, but he is going to go after one of the other captains himself, casting mirror image on himself. So when, he's going to be putting himself in a bad position when I have that up. And yeah, he's going to go for some attacks while they hopefully take advantage of them being distracted.
Go ahead and give me the roll for charm.
Okay.
That is the DC you have to make.
That's the little dice symbol that's here. So they have to, I guess, roll against that.
No, that is the amount that they had to make. So if you hit 18 or higher, then they hit it. So they're under the effect of it. 18 is the number. Yeah.
Okay. Bearing in mind you do have advantage on stuff this round, based off of
Cool.
the buffs I was giving.
All right. And yeah, so since he is going to be giving them that order, he's going to go in and try and kill one of the other commanders.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the attack roll at advantage.
Okay.
And go ahead and give me two damage rolls with your stealth attack.
Cliff, I thought you were supposed to handle that cheating.
I figured this campaign's coming to an end soon, so there's no reason to even bother fixing the loopholes.
Sorry, that was my damage.
Did you deal damage to that too?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oof.
Who the hell needs an ult?
I mean, to be fair, his ult still does way more damage. Potentially. I mean, his ult has the potential of doing 260 damage in one hit. So, yeah. Okay. So based on everything going on here, I'm going to give the enemy forces a -2 modifier on their roll. And I am going to give the Fortuna's troops a +5. All right.
Hey.
Alright.
So, as the battle continues, due to the firestorm, this first sect of this first wave is distracted. Mentally, the mental warfare hits them strong, and some of them begin to prematurely flee, which allows the guards and Screech to take necessary killing blows. The distraction that Arkin is able to portray breaks a large section of the Southern forces off to dispatch of this knoll that doesn't exist. And by the time they realize that it's just an illusion, he's already came through and taken out one of the captains and began taking some of the guards from the bandits from behind and dispatching them before they know what's happening. Meanwhile, on the front of the city, Basette's pushing people back that are injured and helping them out. He's able to prevent people from being hit by these arrows, as after the first wave is cleared, they let out this raining, and if it wasn't for Basette, 21 people probably would have been just mowed down from this rain of arrows that he manages to, in different waves, block against. You start hearing cheers of battle victory coming from the north. And from the south, you see these large trebuchets start launching the material in, destroying some of the buildings by where you all are standing. A handful of guard are taken out from this siege weapon, just blasting through a building and into them. You all manage to make it out, for the most part, unscathed. From the southern banks by where the river rolls through, you see another battalion stroll up, this one being commanded directly by the man with the glowing scythe. And
Scimitar.
Yes, scimitar. Sorry, not scythe. And you hear Arkin in your head a message.
Mm-hmm.
I felt when you came back to Aniratima. It's nice to have a worthy foe.
Good. Your men are definitely feeling my blade. Stick around, you're next.
Well, it's all for a necessary cause. And as he says that, him and his entire grouping begin to charge. So Arkin, you're still away from the city proper. So you're seeing them sort of riding across the battlefield towards the city proper right now. The rest of you are not aware of this happening. And what you see is the troops being scattered, depleted, and the victory cheers you hear coming from the north. But there are still some scattered resistance in the southern front. Chaplain.
So if we're on the winning side of things, Chaplain is going, and I don't know about the oncoming water assault. Chaplain is going to run around casting Sanctuary on people who need to run away, Spirit Guardians on himself so that he can get to people and help them without as much worry about being attacked, because, you know, the big glowing white ball of pain people stay away from. And overall start working on medical attention to people who are injured but can make it. So I'm going to burn a couple of spells and such. Spirit Guardians, and we'll call it 3 level 1 spells for things like Healing Word and Sanctuary and stuff like that.
Perfect, okay. Basette.
Chaplain look like he's like glowing and stuff now.
Yeah, Disco Chaplain is up and running. So there is a swirling aura of white light around him with like 3 angelic figures circling lightly in that. That seems to be hurting anything that isn't friendly that approaches him while he goes and helps people.
One of the guards that was injured If they're still able to move, Basette's gonna go and kneel down next to him. I need you to go to the north. Don't engage. Check the situation. Come back and report to the glowing robot.
Oops, 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 oops.
And Basette's gonna heal up some of the injured, doing one of his healing hands. And then he's gonna go and assist anyone else that's in combat.
Okay. Screech.
Sorry, no glowing weapon this round.
Yeah. I am sad.
Jesus fuck,
But I
Bob.
will
Disappointed
continue to
screech
smack things
noises.
anyway.
I'm sorry, guys. This was full when I started today.
Thing I got. I'm gonna look that. Well, no, how many IP?
You have 2.
Yeah, I'll use an IP and one. Save the luck for if I got one. So, 3 hits? I didn't roll shit damage. And I didn't hit anybody.
I just realized that I was muted through that.
We could hear you through Bob's.
Yeah. I gotta get better about keeping an eye on that. I feel like people are more likely to hear him through my mic than me through his, so I just mute so people don't hear him echo. And then I forget to unmute myself.
It's fine either way. Arkin.
Oops.
So since Arkin's the only one seeing the new attackers, at the same time as his illusion of the null is breaking and he kills one of the commanders there, are there troops left around him, or did they wipe out those in that area?
There's a larger focus of enemies in the area that you're in right now than anywhere else.
Okay.
They're thinned out. Your group of ruffians has helped thin the herds there. The guards and the rest of the party have pretty much cleared out the attackers that are in the city proper on the southern front. So the largest group is still where you're at, and then the smaller group with the bandit leader are all pushing a front towards the city.
Okay. Would he have been able to take out the commander and then immediately use disguise self to make himself look like that commander?
Sure.
All right. So he is going to act like he is that commander and order the men, him, and he's going to have Craven with the charmed other commander to order the troops to charge and meet up with the other attacking group and basically get them riled up and just do a full-on loud charge and order them forward, so that with all the noise they're making, the rest of the group will hear them coming if they were about to be caught off guard. And hopefully in doing so, both warn them and lead the rest of the troops recklessly past Arkin's group of ambushers.
Okay, I like it. Okay, then I will 2, 4. I will give the attacking force a -5 this time. And the guarding
Wow.
force will get a +5 because essentially each of you basically took your entire turn to do something to help everybody else. So as everybody begins to rush in, you all are tending to the wounded, doing the basics that you can to clear out everybody else. And you start hearing this obnoxiously loud charge coming from the southern front as you see the remaining groups that don't really look like they were all well fitted for close range combat to just begin rushing everybody, and the guard begin getting back on high defenses and see this group coming. The three of you, everybody but Arkin, go ahead and give me a perception roll, please.
Oh boy. I'm great at these.
Well, nope.
Okay.
And Basset, as you're healing up some of the people, from the corner of your eye off to the far right, you see another group that's rushing as well that is not being quite as overt and loud. And you see in the thick of the pack is the one who fit Screech's description with the real fine hood, and he's holding a blade over his head. And as he does, you can see what looks like the glint of sunlight coming off of it, even though there's no light hitting it.
Alright.
Chaplain, go ahead and roll damage for, or go ahead and roll the save for the holy weapon.
Spirit Guardians, you mean?
No, the weapon that you had for Screech that you're gonna.
Gotcha. It's a save DC 18.
If it's 18, then they fail it.
Okay. Which would be a small burst around her of. Oh, that's Dawn. That's a different spell. Sorry. Hold on. 30 feet of her, so a 30-foot
No.
radius of 40-10 magic. I'm not targeting anyone. Oh, no. Hold on. It's only 48. Bam. And there will be some blind people amidst that. And that does have friend or foe recognition.
Perfect. Okay. Anything else you're doing?
On my turn?
Yeah.
I've
back.
lost track of turns and whatnot. Is
Yep,
this
your
a
turn.
turn I haven't done anything yet?
This is. I'm gonna say that that what you just did was the very end of the last round. So we're starting anew.
Okay.
Large wave rushing at you, yelling, screaming, charging. What do you?
Am I aware of scimitar face?
No.
Okay. So I understand I'm pulling a bunch of spells I've never used before out, but I've never before had a scenario where we knew a large mass battle was happening in a specific location.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so
No,
I'm
that's completely understandable. I mean, you
dipping
had
into the other realm.
yeah, you had a whole night to prepare for this, so I assumed you
Yep.
pulled out your war spells.
So I'm going to actually burn 3 level 4 spells to plant Guardian of Faith, which is it's just a ethereal spectral guardian that just stands in one spot, but if anything gets within 10 feet of it, it swings at them. They make a dex saving throw. If they fail, they take 20 radiant damage. No rolls, just 20 radiant damage. And it lasts for 8 hours or until it's hit 3 times.
What is the DC for the save?
So it's it would be a spell attack of mine.
So go ahead and make that spell attack then.
Yep. Targeting nothing. Bam. Oh no, sorry, it's a save DC 18.
Okay.
I
Then they fail it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
And what is its AC or DC rather?
It's armor class, you said?
Yeah, because you said if it gets hit 3 times.
No. So it lasts for 8 hours
Uh-huh.
or until it has hit something else 3 times, until it has dealt 60 points of damage.
Oh, it dissipates almost immediately. Yeah.
Correct. And so I know that they're great for, let's hold that choke point for a second. And
Yeah,
I
for
know
sure.
that with the number of people here, they're going to get all their damage through and so on, which is why I never used it before. But in this scenario, it's going to make its full impact.
What's it look
And
like?
so, the Spectral Guardian appears. It doesn't specifically say, so I assume I get some control in that.
Mhm.
So I'm going to pick 3 different deitic representations. 3 different chaplains, one with the scythe of the jackal, one with the mace of St. Cuthbert, who I know doesn't exist anymore, but I like him anyway, and one with whatever the God of War's weapon is. I can't remember, but I'm sure Chaplain knows.
Oh, God of Sword weapon would just be it's a sword.
Yeah.
Sword and shield.
Well, I assume he's watching, so. How do you want me to do damage on that? Because I do feel like just doing the straight raw numbers of all of those spells would be a little unfair.
No, that's perfect.
I can only do 2 of them, but between the 2 of them, it's 120 damage.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay. Beyond that, Chaplain's just being a choke point. Just using his shield and trying to keep the others around him safe by creating places that it is bad for the enemies to go.
Perfect. Okay. Beset.
Rushing towards gathering people to where this new threat is coming from. And when he gets there, he is going to be assisting people with their attacks or using his reactions to block attacks that look like they were going to hit the guards.
Okay. Screech.
Back to actions. And guess what?
Shock.
Smack.
Okay, who is Bang?
Bang?
Yeah, Chaos Burst. Bang's home is buried in compost.
The fuck do you see that at?
In the chat, up about a full scroll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he just typed in Bang.
Oh.
I haven't updated the whatchamacallit yet.
Stream news cards?
No, not the stream news cards, but the channel points. So it's
Oh,
still you have
gotcha.
to target somebody, it says. So, but it's not the way I've been doing it, but that's fine. 11, 7, 11. Okay. So, perfect. Arkin.
So after he ordered all of them to join up and everything, have the siege weapons been abandoned as well?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. He is, as soon as they're far enough away and, not paying attention because they're charging the battle, he's going to drop to the skies and signal his crew to come over and man the trebuchets and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to have them aim between where they are now charging and where our defending army is, and have them to launch there.
So that would be in the city proper.
I thought they were out front of the city.
Well, remember,
You had them rush in.
remember the city where the initial battle took place was slightly inside the city because the guards were hidden and they waited for them to kind of peel through the buildings, and that's when they
Okay.
pounced. So the front, like where Chaplin and Screech and the majority of the army are, is
Mhm.
a few homes in. It's within the city limits. So
Okay.
to be able to hit where this group is, you would risk hitting the buildings too.
Could he catch a nice chunk of them before they all got into the city?
You could try, yeah.
That's going to be the aim then.
Okay, so you're gonna have your peoples do that, or you're gonna do it
Yes.
yourself?
He's gonna have, because I'm sure there's more than one siege weapon, and it takes multiple people to set those up, aim them, turn them, stuff
Yep.
like that. So yeah, he's gonna have them, stop what they're doing, like not pursue any further, and come to the siege weapons and do that.
Okay, and okay, yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. So with that, I would say a 2, 4. So I'll give a -2 to the attackers, and I'll give a +4 to the city. Ooh. So this new wave that kind of pushes forward, now fully aware of what's going on, are meeting the city guard with even engagement, and it's becoming more of an actual clash of steel and weaponry than just an onslaught brought on by surprise. As you can see everything going on, Screech is doing her part to tip the scales in your favor. Your two large guardians, you see them swiping with these ethereal weapons that are just making bodies flip as they all start to pour in around it. At this point, you all see the second flank that's coming from the river, that is led by the bandit with the glowing scythe. And you see him hold his scythe up in the, or his scimitar, god damn it, his scimitar up in the air, and he makes a cutting motion as he's riding through, and you see this blade of orange energy rip through one of the buildings, hit a group of guard right by where Basette's at, and you see bodies just topple, and as they get flipped into the air, you see them ignite into flames. Basette, go ahead and give me a dexterity save, please. Do you have anything that mitigates half damage if you make your save, or is that just a rogue only bullshit?
I think it's rogue only bullshit. You're muted, Sin.
Same thing, evasion. If I make the save, I don't take any damage.
Okay. Alrighty. You start to see bodies, like I said, get launched in the air and ignited in flames. One of the homes that this thing hit is cleaved clear in half, and you can see the two halves of it have these burning edges to it. And where it cuts through, you start seeing the troops that he's with, which now that they're closer, you can see are a little bit more heavily armored than the previous group. And they start to pour through the middle of this house that was cut in half and pouring out of it and around it. And they begin to surround in on the guards and take advantage of this huge attack that just went through. Chaplain, you've seen this explosion rain out and these bodies start toppling over, and you can see this larger group over to your right at this point start to swarm in. It's a smaller group, but with the big boss man in it. As you're noticing that the guards have pretty much the situation in front of you under control.
Are they still on the boat?
Oh, they're not
Or
on a
have
boat.
they-
They just were following the river line.
Okay. Have they melded with the with other people yet?
It looks like you can see that there's pretty much two clear attacks patterns right now. Them and then the first wave that came through.
So the first thing is Hail Mary. Nope. I get one per day. It's never worked, or it's worked maybe once this campaign, but you know, if I rolled a 13 or below, I could say, "Give me that sword." I don't want to get anywhere near that sword. So let me ask a very specific question. Is there a group of enemies that is, you know, roughly 30 foot in radius that doesn't have a bunch of our allies in it around Swordface?
Around him, no. Where he's at, from the way that...
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say, from the way that he attacked, him and his smaller group of men have kind of pushed through on a flank that was not really occupied too much, and caught everybody off guard after that house all but exploded. So they're in the thick of it right now. So he would have, if you do anything that's in a large area like that, you would risk hitting a building or civilians or guard. But you would also be able to hit a large collection of his men too.
This is too... My biggest... I have one last trick up my sleeve, and it's the biggest AoE spell I have, and I'm not going to hit that many civilians.
But there is still the front that's pushing up, like the remaining ones that left the siege weapons and everything, the large group that's pouring forward. There's still a group of them that you could pretty much hit without...
If I could go to that assaulting front, so the way Dawn works, Dawn is a giant fucking pillar of sunlight, but it is 30-foot radius, so you know it's 12 squares across, and it does 4d10 radiant around, and I can move it around for up to a minute. It's just such a ridiculously huge area that I have to be careful with it. But if there is still some that is outside, and I can just take that and just kind of wiggle it back and forth to slaughter whatever's outside and cut off their exit in the same way I did with Firestorm earlier, I would like to do that.
Sure, go ahead and roll the damage for it. Is there a save or anything?
Yeah. All my shit's DC 18.
It's 18,
save.
perfect. There you go.
So it's only 4d10 radiant, but it's 4d10 radiant to whom it may be concerned.
Right. Okay.
I don't know how a d4 got in there, honestly, but no, I got a thing that that was actually a thing that was put on my character, a d4 on the next attack I make, or something. Anyway. So that's actually the concentration spell, and amidst that, I'm going to be trying to find Arkin and point him at... I'm going to be trying to find anyone who can fight at a range and guide them towards Swordface.
You would see Arkin kind of charging in towards the group from the enemy line forward.
But while I'm swiggling Dawn around and murdering people with it, I can still do other stuff because it's I just move it with a bonus action kind of thing. And so I'm going to be finding anyone that seems like they can do ranged attacks and sending them over to fight Swordface.
Okay.
Kind of repositioning our troops to put as big of a target on that guy as I can without getting anyone in melee range.
Okay. And while you're doing this, this guard comes up to you, and he was like, "Your monk friend told me to report back. The northern forces have been pretty much taken care of, but there's a small issue regarding your temple."
Which is?
It's surrounded by lava.
Interesting. Well, everyone in it will be safe for the time being, and it is inaccessible to us at this time. I appreciate the update. Does it seem like there is lava underneath the temple or simply around it?
That's all the conversation that you get.
Okay. Surrounded by lava? What the fuck?
Lava moat.
Seems how Sin's gone. Screech.
Uh,
Shoot him in the face. Do, do, do.
all I can really do is just keep swinging.
Okay, you're gonna help clear out the remaining forces that are attacking.
Yeah.
Okay.
It makes it a little bit easier in the long run if I would roll different numbers.
Keep rolling the same one. That's fine.
Okay, that's
3
fine.
damages.
I like to have some variety. But like good variety, like all high numbers variety. There we go. Thank you, damage dice, for fucking behaving.
Arkin.
Don't laugh at me, John.
So in his head, he's gonna say, "Are you still there, friend?"
You just hear a chuckle.
Says, "Are you still planning on killing those close to me?"
I have a plan.
He goes, "Please don't kill the shiny warforged. He's like a brother to me. Please, not him. I'll be lost without him."
You're such an ass. I love it, but you're such an ass.
Like, is he protecting me right now? I don't actually know.
Who's to say? But yeah, he's gonna go in. He's going to just start taking out, like, kind of like secretly, just like taking out guys, like throwing them over into the grass, and just kind of trying to silently take out the whole back line as he approaches.
Of the more elite ones or the regular ones that are still left?
Are they just all mixed in at this point?
No, there's still 2 pretty clear patterns of attacks.
Let's say he's gonna go for the more elite ones then.
Okay, go ahead and give me a sneak attack.
Okay. Do I still have any sort of advantage or anything?
Or you're still good to do sneak damage.
Alright. Boom, boom, boom.
Right? And fucking Sin's still gone. So we're gonna say that Basette's still gonna help with injured people and catching arrows and whatnot.
Probably a safe call.
So the attackers are not gonna get any specific pluses, but they are rolling an advantage. Ooh. And the city is going to get a +3. But they are not rolling an advantage. Oof.
Oof.
All right.
Oof.
So, as this more elite guard comes through, you can see that these bandits are not your typical bandits. They seem to be versed in arcane. And you start seeing them casting spells. One of them summons this cloud that engulfs the small area by where Basette's at. And everybody inside of it just immediately stops moving as they're just stunned from this waft of gas that washes over them. The boss still hasn't done anything other than his opening attack, as he's just moving with intent into the city. You are seeing the city forces, while they were holding their own on the one front, they are being overwhelmed by this smaller, more elite battalion that is coming through. And you're hearing the shouts as the general is starting to to diverge troops from the front by where Chaplain and Screech are over towards where this new threat is. And you're starting to hear the sounds as more of the city guard are pouring in through the northern front and regrouping with the battle towards the south. And as this large group comes into play, you see there's about 5-6 of the city guard that run up and they attempt to stop the bandit with the scimitar as he does one cleave to them. And Chaplain, you see what you've seen in your vision as this sword just burns through their armor. And you see this large laceration that is not unsimilar to the one that you've seen on the chest of the Minotaur, as these 5 guards in one fell swoop drop. And he continues moving into the city. Screech, or not Screech, Sin, I just did more assists for you for your turn. But yeah, so this front's moving forward. Chaplain.
Chaplain is starting to look pretty haggard and tired. I've burned through an alarming amount of my power. I have nothing higher than 3rd left. So Chaplain is going to run around, cast Sanctuary on himself so that he's less... It would be difficult for people to attack him while he just goes out into the thick of things and rescues people who needs it, using the healer feats to heal anyone I can and such, as I'm running low on spell power. But also, if I happen across Arkin or Beset and Screech, I'm going to point them towards the target that needs killing. But with Screech, I'm going to warn you don't want to be in range of that blade. Your armor won't mean anything. So I'm going to direct the party as best I can over there, but otherwise I'm going to run healer/medic to keep whoever alive I can, because I'm fairly tapped. Do you want a healer feat roll?
Nope.
Okay.
Beset. You've seen this larger, or the smaller group of elite bandits, elite soldiers, elite opposition force coming through, and they are dispatching the city guard and the civilians near you. And you've seen the leader of the group break through and begin moving further into the city, sort of disregarding the front that you all have.
Okay. Alright, Beset's gonna go up to this guy and try to hold him off from attacking any of the other guards or civilians.
Okay, well, he's riding in on horse. What are you doing to... What's your running speed? Don't you have, like, a stupid run speed?
55.
So, he's a little bit faster than you on this war steed, but... So, what are you going to try to do to stop him? And are you getting within melee range?
Yes. Oh. Let me see. Don't really have anything to stop a horse. I don't really have anything to stop him.
You stab a horse by breaking its legs.
That is the truth.
Like, horses are so fragile, they'll think about something, have a heart attack, and die. They are...
So I would argue that war
fragile
horses
things.
probably are a little bit less fragile, because I think they're bred into not freaking out on the battlefield. But
Well...
I also would argue that he is a monk of tranquility.
So,
There's
for
a whole
now,
theory about war horses not really being a thing, but I'm not gonna do it.
for now, he's gonna run alongside him, and if anyone looks like they're about to get hit by him or trampled, he is going to dash forward and use his reaction to try to deflect it.
I thought you could only do that against ranged weapons.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I can catch ranged weapons, I can deflect melee weapons, and I can assist my team with their weapon.
Okay. What's your AC?
Mine
no.
is 18, but he has to make a save from my sanctuary if he wants to try to attack me.
What's the save? 18?
I think so. It's 5 plus 3.
Eight.
16.
16? Okay. This is his save. So he makes it. I'm rolling on the
He
wrong
attacks
account.
at disadvantage.
What's that?
He attacks at disadvantage.
Okay. His attack. 15.
Oof.
So you all see as Beset runs up and attempts to intercept, this guy just pulls the scimitar out and he does one slash at Beset, and you see Beset barrel roll and then hit the ground with a large gaping wound across his chest. And that's where we're gonna end it at for the night.
Well,
Yeah. So I hope you guys enjoyed this little war scenario.
it was a lot of fun.
It reminds me of the attack on the Lich Queen.
The siege on
Yeah.
Durian.
Yeah, it was fun.
I like war rules. I don't get to use them enough.
True.
We're
Only
not
I
as
had the ability to set up
warlike
more
as
rules.
the last campaign.
Warlike.
I've used 13 out of my 17 spell
Yes.
slots.
We don't have the urge to, conquest everything.
Conquest. No.
Well,
Uh-huh.
you gotta
We
figure this.
saved the people of Durian. Liberated them, if you will.
That's very American
Well,
of you to say.
You better get ready to liberate a sword from someone's hand, because apparently Beset's dead. I'm tapped down to low-level spells, so it's up to you and
I
Screech.
love your optimism. We're sitting there. We're gonna get stabbed. He's mad. We're gonna get stabbed. He slammed the door. I'm getting stabbed.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, it's all fine. So next week we will pick this up. We will not have a session for 2 weeks. I don't think we're doing Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve. Are we?
Correct. Nope.
Okay.
I didn't even
Um,
realize it was New Year's Eve, but what's
Yep.
it? It's not like we've got parties to go to.
I mean, that's how I feel about it, but like, I don't do
I mean,
anything.
like
I'm
Christmas Eve,
boring.
I get. I don't care.
But yeah, so next week we will be here.
Huh.
The following two probably not. But yeah. So thank you guys. Also, there were a total of 6 chaos bursts tonight. Was this a little bit better for how chaos bursts are working now? I assume you didn't even notice there were 6 of them?
I noticed there were a few, but they weren't like, sprout wings, giant boils, all the spitting up coins, and everybody just stares at you funny.
Yeah, with these affecting the world as a whole, I kind of like the way it's headed a little bit better, because then I can actually, like I said, I could do 6 of them. 6 chaos bursts from the previous one would have been daunting.
Yeah.
Whereas the 6 this time were a little bit more benign, but they
Like-
still had their parts. They're
What
still
were
introduced.
they all?
So one of them was the watermelon being dropped.
Okay.
One of them was someone was attempting to commit suicide, which was the guy that Beset chased. One of them was a river of lava,
Okay.
which actually worked out perfectly because of this dude's Dawnblade. Or Duskblade, rather. One of them was a cloud of stun gas. One of them was someone breaking out in a song or poem.
Yep.
And there was one more, I think, too, but I can't remember what it was offhand.
How did the cloud of stun gas resolve?
The elite guards that are coming through, they cast it on some of the city guards and stunned them.
Okay. Yeah, no, it all blended right in. Good show.
So yeah. So that'll be the new way that we're doing Chaos Burst. Yeah, so Young Fang, the results that are being rolled are not the results that we're using now. Unfortunately, the house being covered in poo would be amazing, but yeah, I gotta update what shows in chat because it's still using the old ones.
That's why I teleported away. Got it.
But yeah, so what I've been doing is rolling them and then like showing them to chat what I've been rolling. I know which is meaningless to you, but that's where like if you look here, this there you can see it there, 620. That was one of the rolls. You guys are doing such high damage, it's hard to see where these rolls are coming into play. One of them was a low number that I'm gonna totally miss. 53. And then there was the large total chaos that was done. That's this guy right here, 781, 101, 958. So I'm still rolling. I just have a different one. I only have 1,000 effects right now. I haven't quite got the new list up to 10,000 like the old one. But yeah, so I think this is working better narratively speaking. So I like it. And it's not like Chaplin's growing dicks out of his forehead and spewing up, you know, molten tea or something. Like, it's narratively it's better. So yeah, so thank you guys, I appreciate you all hanging out. Thank you so much to Alyssa, Smythe, Aurora for the resubs, Allie for the gift sub. Thank you so much. And again, if you would be interested in potentially joining the next campaign that we do after this one ends, which will probably start up, I'm guessing February-ish. I don't think I'm going to immediately just go like, this week we're doing this campaign, next week we're doing the new one. I think I'll probably have a little bit of time to prepare things. So probably February-ish it'll start up. But if you're interested, there's a show of interest form there. Feel free to fill that out. And yeah. So let me find out who we are going to raid. Also, if anybody cares, I'll probably be gaming all day tomorrow. Depending on if I can convince the wife to let me or not. I'll probably be streaming Cyberpunk. So if you care, it'll be on the ItsCliffGaming channel. Yeah. So that's the thing. Didn't we go to Dice Tyrants last week and they were like ending as we got there?
Yeah, whoever we went to where it was ending up.
Okay, so we're not going to do Dice Tyrants again. Let's see.
Instill is playing Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with some D&D peoples.
Yeah.
And then I see our layout, and I'm like, damn, that's a nice looking layout, and it's ours again.
I don't think I've seen another D&D stream that has a better setup on things. Like, it's always just so
I've seen
clear-cut
some
and
good
maps
ones,
and
but
shit.
they never stream the same nights we do, and I always like ours more.
I mean, I'm 100% biased, so
I just genuinely think ours looks cleaner and nicer because a lot of people have like really kind of awful wood textures or bad like poorly done tavern backgrounds, and I'm like glad they're doing something, but
yeah. I mean, yeah.
yeah,
It's about the content, not about the graphics, right?
yeah.
I like to think ours is about both.
You're biased.
I'm 100% biased. I know my shit looks better than everybody else's. I put too much work into mine for it not to. So we'll try Tripod Fae. They're playing a game right now that is eco-terrorist fight against our feelings, it says. So this looks pretty interesting. So we'll go do that. Thank you guys again. See you next week for episode 67 of Quests and Cliffhangers. Good night. Thanks, Bakuda.
Oh, they got a map.
Mm-hmm.